Klein Alley Show. 106.7 KROQ FM in HD Pasadena, Los Angeles, Orange County. This is the world famous KROQ.
Well, good morning and welcome to who even cares anymore? What's today? Thursday?
It's only Thursday.
Jeez, this has been, and I know others have it way worse than we do right now, but it has felt like the longest week perhaps ever, and technically we were off for 2 weeks before for the holidays. Came back Monday, full of energy, full of excitement, full of intensity. And
things were so hopeful Monday at 6 a.m.
Here we are Thursday, and we look like we have been beaten up. Allie?
And I can't believe what you decided to do this morning, Klein. I mean, talking about, rubbing salt in Allie's wound.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that. Looking forward to it.
Well,
no, not that. I mean, the special guest that Klein brought in, he's just like literally saying, I have a pet and you just lost one.
I did bring my dog today, but it was not to rub.
Yeah, right.
Just so alive.
It was not to rub it in Allie's face.
Look, he's so happy. He's right there on the chair.
Who is
Allie, watch my dog's trick. Hey, Jerry, play alive. Play alive. Good boy. Good boy. See, Allie, you can't do that, can't you?
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Omar, for making this incredibly
so
weird.
Messed up,
I brought my dog in today for a few reasons, but primarily because
if the power goes out, we can eat him.
That's right. We've been setting him up for a while, and it's almost time. That's my new diet for 2025. Going on that full doodle diet, baby. So anyway, we got a decent show planned for you today. Oh, who am I kidding? We didn't really plan much. Yesterday was chaotic.
It's impossible to plan anything right now.
Yeah.
Just the stories I'm hearing from you guys. You guys had a hell of a day.
Yeah, it was. At current time, the family, we are back in our home, but car was packed. Car was off to fill up at the gas station. Plans were to full on evacuate, and then it was let's just wait and see a little bit. But it's really interesting to watch mob mentality as it happens, and of course to the people that have lost everything, and there are no shortage, including some of my very good friends at this point have gotten confirmation that the house that they've lived in, and some of them the house they grew up in, gone forever. The stories that we've all seen now, it's been powerful and sad, and we've been, Allie's powerless right now. Not just because she's a woman on the show, but she's literally powerless.
I have no pull. I'm a lesbian, so I have no one to sleep with to get to the top.
She's been now T-minus 24 hours. She's ready on a full evacuation.
I'm here. I got here as early as I could just for juice.
Just to
and
charge
if anybody, there's 170,000 people that don't have power right now, and most of that is they shut it down to avoid any potential new fires. But I think we should be the juice factory this morning. If anyone wants to stop by and charge anything,
charge up, baby.
This is where I wanted to come. I was like, I got to juice everything. I should have brought every tablet and every laptop that we have and brought it here.
I thought you actually brought juice.
Jake was so excited, so thirsty. I'll drink it.
I drink it.
But he probably likes a weird juice.
Yeah, of course. Is that guava? Oh, no? Forget it.
Yeah, is that pomegranate juice?
Pomegranate sucks.
We got
green juice.
Lots to get to today. More importantly, we're just here to hang out together. So if you need us, and I didn't realize how many messages we'd received yesterday. People had said, I don't even care what you guys do on the show. It's just nice to hear some familiar voices. So we're around, and for some of you, radio's all you got now, so you're stuck with us. Of course, we're streaming on YouTube as well.
Our boss had to go out and buy a battery-operated crank radio yesterday.
Yeah, that was crazy. He's like, it's not so easy to find radios. I go, yeah, well, why the hell are we working in this industry? He's like, well, we love it, right? I'm like, yeah, of course.
But then I love that in an emergency radio. It's like, so?
Yeah. Like some scorn lover. Knew you'd be back, bitch. Where you been? Anyway, we got lots to get into, so let's kick things off with Weezer. I had brought in a family yesterday because I'm a good person, and that family brought with them lots of things, and people and dogs. And then they evacuated our place in the middle of the night. So
you guys are terrible?
Yeah, because of us.
Yeah, the chaos.
With my brain, why am
We are Klein Show on a Thursday morning. We'll update you on everything you need to know. Although, as my wife pointed out when I told her I was coming into work today, when we were packing up the car for an evacuation, and she says, "You're not going in tomorrow, are you?" And I said, "Yeah, I have to. It's like I have an important."
This is when it's like the most important.
I was like, "This is an important job," and she said to me, "Quote: Do you think anyone who is looking for information on the fire cares what Nirvana has to think?" And I said, "Okay, they're not tuning in for Nirvana."
And Kurt Cobain's dead.
Yeah, I said, first of all,
I want to know what he thinks.
I said, make a good point. I would like to know what Nirvana thinks about this, to be honest. But unfortunately, we can't get that. But yeah, we're here, and she started explaining to me. She's like, "I know you. I live with you. You're not any sort of a wealth of information. You're the last person I would go to for information." And I said,
but you're not
right.
coming to us necessarily for information.
Yeah,
you're
please
also no. I mean, we have basic information, but
We have people on who have the information.
Right, today the show's full of experts. We got Red Cross people on today, got doctors joining us today, got reporters from KNX.
yeah, but also
We had Dr. Lucy on yesterday, right, Klein?
Yes, we had Dr. Lou.
what?
He wants me to play the question. Omar's trying to get me to play
Just
your long
get it out of the way
question.
now so we can...
All right, I'll get it out of the way now because people need something to put them in a good
I
mood.
don't know if I had that much time.
Shut up. God.
Apparently, Allie asked one of her world-famous long questions yesterday. A lot of people tipping us off to this, but this was there's a lot of goat line calls about Allie's question to
I'm
Dr.
glad the
Lucy.
tips are for this.
Hey, what's up, Klein Alley Show? Did you guys catch that Allie's question to Dr. Lucy Jones is 19.27 seconds long? You should probably quit that.
Now, someone on Instagram alerted us to the fact there was a 27-second question that you asked Dr. Jones. And as you know, Allie is the queen of the long questions.
Hold on, can we get this out of the way first?
You guys are stupid assholes.
Yep.
Okay, there we go.
That's what she's
You'll
thinking
probably
right
get
now.
another one in about a minute.
Yeah, probably a minute 30. All right, here we go. This is one of Allie's. She's asked some long questions in the past, only to the big bands. Legend! She's a legend.
Thank
you. She's a long question legend.
Legend!
And here is the question she asked yesterday to the expert on all things earthquake.
Hold on, one more.
Jesus Christ. I'm so done with this crap. I am.
When you're mad at us, you do it very quickly. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Without any further ado, I can't believe I was going to save this. This was going to be the big payoff later in the show today. I was going to
Redo it again.
That's
Look,
right.
we were pivoting a lot yesterday, okay?
Oh, yeah.
There were a lot of things that we did well yesterday. Do we need to... Can we focus on some of that? Maybe not harp on the one negative thing that happened?
The fire doubled in size by the time Allie finished this
Oh,
question.
my God.
Here it is, the long question as asked to Dr. Jones, the foremost authority on earthquakes and yesterday on preparedness for disasters. And here we go.
What should people do in terms of returning to their homes? Because I know when we had gotten evacuated a few years back for the Woolsey fire, it was a while before they told us it was okay to go back. And I know a lot of people were going back sooner than that because the fire department, they're focused on the fire, right? And, informing people of when to go back is like secondary. So, but I know a lot of people now are trying to already get back to their homes. So how do people figure out when to go back? What is wrong with that?
Well, you repeat yourself like twice.
I don't.
So what?
We're in a state of panic right now. I'm going to defend Allie on this one. It doesn't feel 26 seconds
It
long.
doesn't. I'm just very disappointed with that listener who tipped us off today.
Yeah, I think that you're looking for
Boo.
reasons. Boo you, listeners.
Yeah.
Boo to you.
Man,
You're a bunch
When
of
is this going to
stupid.
turn?
this 2025 does suck.
Oh wait, that was only the first part of the question. Hold on, it's continuing.
are you serious?
I'm
Does
sorry.
not. What should people do in terms of returning?
No, same question.
I
All right,
just started over again.
We got to take a break.
Before you answer that, let me ask it a few more times.
I like how we, by the way, edited out the actual answer that could have helped people right now. We just cut right out of that. Someone's listening going,
Someone's like, what do I do?
I do want to know when to return to my home. Jesus Christ. We'll take a quick break. If you got $100 of Allie's money, if you are ready to win $100, it's the very least we can do. There's so much news that's developing by the moment. And as you know, everyone cares what Nirvana thinks about the news. So 800-520-1067. We'll find out if Allie knows what's been going on in the world. And trust me, she was powerless yesterday. There's never been a better time to beat Allie because she, yesterday,
I was in SOS mode
had
for most of the day
no
yesterday.
internet. She went full Amish mode.
Yeah, I know. It was weird. And then you forget what things you don't have access to with power. Like for a while when I was at home, I was like, oh, there's just no internet. And I was like, oh, wait, I can't turn anything on.
Nothing.
You can never go full Amish.
Can never go
Exactly.
full Amish. We'll take a quick break. We're back in a second with some Amish Knows the News. $100 up for grabs. You want it? Call us. 800-520-1067. That's next.
Klein Alley Show.
KROQ, the world famous KROQ.
K-Rock, Klein Alley Show.
Hey, KK.
Relax. We'll get into your news a little bit later this hour, find out what's actually been going on since you woke up this morning, or perhaps haven't gone to sleep yet. Like us. How much sleep did you get last night?
I don't know.
Less than 2 hours?
It was so intermittent that I didn't really know what was going on. It was like us trying to figure out. We were packing up the car late last night. We were getting gas. We were getting fire masks. There's a lot going on. I don't really know what kind of sleep I'm on right now.
Yeah,
but then it also kind of doesn't matter. You're like all that stuff kind of goes out the window, and you're like, let's just take care of each other.
No, not in my house.
Oh, really?
Sleep is the most important thing. Everyone fend for yourself. I need the nap.
More Ambien last night?
Daddy needs a nap. No, but my whole evacuation plan, which I thought was a really smart plan. I mean, I'd mapped it out and everything. And as we were starting to put into action, my wife did not like the plan at all. She's like, this is a terrible plan. We'll talk about it later. But I thought it was a great plan, and because I kept telling her, don't worry, I got a plan. She goes, all right, good, as long as you have a plan. And then
Costco.
Right to Costco. We're going to live in the tents in the middle of the store. It's going to be great. Let's say hi to Alonzo in Pomona this morning and hopefully give him $100 of Allie's money. Good morning, Alonzo.
Hey, guys, how's it going?
Going okay.
All
How's
right.
it going with you?
I'm all right over here, just chilling.
Fair enough. We got $100. Hopefully we give it to you. 5 questions about stuff that's been going on in the world, and a lot of that stuff has been happening right here in Southern California. Allie's going to go ahead and sequester herself outside of the KROQ studios, answer these questions as quickly, confidently, and accurately as we can, or you can, so that we can pay the people, and we do that starting right now.
Allie knows the news.
All right. The Rams are scheduled to be playing a football game at SoFi Stadium this weekend, although they have a contingency plan in case conditions worsen or they cannot play the game. But what team are the Rams supposed to play in the playoffs?
The Vikings.
Question number 2. All 5 living presidents are expected to attend what event?
I'm not sure about this one.
No guess?
Super Bowl.
The Super Bowl. Go to question number 3. One of the finest actresses that ever was or ever will be. She's on my hall pass list. Apparently has just separated from her man, is heading for divorce, according to rumors. Which actress is soon to be single? Fast food restaurant is planning to bring back their Love Castle for Valentine's Day, proving that you can have a romantic fast food dinner on February 14th. Which fast food chain is bringing back their Love Castle?
White Castle.
And finally, question number 5. This viral trend involving your Christmas tree is once again apparently very dangerous, to the point where experts are convincing you, please do not fall for what you're seeing on TikTok. Do not do this. It will result in you injuring yourself. What is the viral Christmas tree trend that they're trying to shut down right now?
Well, lighting it on fire?
Lighting it on fire. That would probably be good advice to not do that, especially under current circumstances. All right, let's bring Allie in. We'll score together. Let's see how you do. Not an easy round today, but as you know, the fires have been dominating the news cycle. So let's give you some other stuff that's happening in the world. And Allie, here we go. Question number 1. Yep. Rams are supposed to have a football game in town, although SoFi Stadium has just come up with a plan in case they have to move it to accommodate the conditions that we have. More importantly, what team are they supposed to be playing?
Oh, my God. I knew this and I forgot. Shoot.
To say I knew it and forgot doesn't mean you didn't know it.
No, I did. I looked at the whole playoff, wild card weekend thing, and now it's like a blank. The Bengals?
Oh, no. Bengals did not make it. The Vikings.
Whole different division.
The Vikings.
Why don't you shut up, Jake? Why don't you and your dumb alive dogs just keep your mouths shut?
Hey, I could pull that clip of Allie saying, shut up, Jake, because I think we could use that quite a bit. Question number... by the way, he got that right. He said Vikings. He's up 1-0. We go to question number 2. All 5 living presidents are expected to attend this event.
Jimmy Carter's funeral?
That's the one.
Hasn't that been going on for days already?
Yeah, but the one at the National Cathedral funeral, which I guess is the big one. Now, do you find that offensive too? Like we all brought in our living pets today, and you have a dead cat. Is it offensive to Jimmy Carter's family that all the quote living presidents are showing up? Are you offended by?
Hey, we're still here.
Hey,
by the
here we
way,
are.
just still kicking.
Go to question number 3. He did not get the point, so Allie has tied it up now. It's tied up 1-1. Go to question number 3. One of the hottest actresses that ever was and ever will be, she's on my hall pass list, is apparently now separating from her, I guess, husband, and they're heading for divorce, which means she'll be on the market again. Who is it?
Jessica Alba.
Goddamn right it is.
She was one of the first celebrities I ever saw at Runyon Canyon.
Lucky you. Lucky you,
And she
Allie.
said that I was with my hot sister, and she complimented my hot sister on her cute dog. And I was
No
like,
way,
what's happening?
really?
Yeah.
That's the greatest.
Wow.
That is. I'd like to smell that
And it was
dog.
me.
Oh, that was you. It was not the dog. Hey, that's not my dog. It's my sister. I don't want to admit this, but I think I purchased 3 different times the movie Blue Crush.
Which is such a bad movie.
Terrible movie.
What about
But,
Idle Hands? That was the worst.
well, I don't, she's
Shut
not.
up, Jake.
She's not. Yeah, shut up, Jake. She's not. Swimming around in a bikini in that one. Blue Crush, man, that's a good one. That's in my evacuation bag, by the way. It's one of the first things
I
I
just want to
grabbed.
watch water and hot
My
women.
DVD copy of Blue Crush with Jessica Alba. Question number 4. Allie's up by 1 now. You feeling nervous? Sound like you're a little nervous.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, she knows what's up.
This fast food restaurant is trying to make your Valentine's Day more romantic by bringing back their Love Castle promotion, proving that you can have romance while eating fast food.
White Castle?
That is correct. He said that as well. Splitting a sack of hamburgers definitely gets everyone in the mood. I know that much. And we go to your final question. Allie's still up 1 with 1 left. And it all comes down to this. The final question in Allie Knows the News, which I forgot, by the way. Oh, here we go. This viral trend involving your Christmas tree is once again having authorities warning you to not do it because you will end up hurting yourself if you partake.
This didn't come up in my feed, but I think based on history, it would be eating it.
Once again, it is now caught in... Which is probably a terrible term to use. It has gotten popular again that people are watching videos that says it's good to eat your Christmas tree.
Or you put like the pine needles in some tea and drink it.
And they are saying do not do that because everyone is getting sick and it will not end well for you. Allie got that right. The one time Jake should have chimed in with an I'll eat it, he didn't.
I would eat it.
So shut up, Jake. Alonzo, what must you shamefully admit at the end of this round of Allie Knows the News as she keeps her $100 for now?
That's fine with me.
All right, we'll go with that. Thank you.
Oh,
there you
what a
have it.
meh.
What a meh. What a meh. Well, that's because Postmaster Johnny's back. That's a Postmaster Johnny special right there.
Yeah.
He made his
You
way
can only
in.
get that through Postmaster Jenn.
That's how you can tell.
I told him.
Hey, well screened, buddy. That's Postmaster
Welcome
Johnny.
back.
Welcome back. Get the hell out of here
Missed
again.
ya.
Cut his tires so he can't do this car either. This is KROQ. Show. Thursday morning, very eerie week. Here together. If you need us, the number is 800-520-1067. A long night, didn't get a lot of sleep. As you may or may not have seen, I live in the valley, but everyone's been monitoring kind of where the fires are, and for the people that are in the Pasadena area, they've been dealing with this now for days. Of course, the Pacific Palisades one continuing. Very sad updates I got from a few people I knew yesterday, including one of my best friends since I was 11 years old, and my partner that I went on Shark Tank with. His house is gone, completely burned to the ground. He sent me a picture of where was his house, and it just couldn't even tell. I mean, unrecognizable, just pile of rubble.
How do you even respond to that, too?
My response was probably not great, to be honest. I don't want to see I did not thumbs up it. I'm out.
You thumbs down it.
I said I'm out. I told him what we heard on Shark Tank over and over again. I said, wow, what a double loser we are this year, huh? I did not say that. No, but I mean, he's in, it's interesting because I think the people that have lost the most in some ways are the ones that have the best, or at least, at least what he said, look, we're all safe. We got out, dog's safe.
Wow, that's a pretty positive outlook.
We have a place to go. And I don't think the gravity of the situation has maybe fully set in yet.
Oh, you must be totally in shock at that point, yeah.
I had spoken to him when he was going back to try to get his dog, Capone, and I said, "Are you grabbing anything else?" And he goes, "Just going to grab the dog now. I'll go back later to get the rest."
Wow, so they left without the dog?
No, no, they weren't. They were at work the day the fire started. Wow. They weren't home, so everyone was at work and the kids were at school, and then the fire started, and that's when. When it started moving that direction, he's like, I'm just going to go grab the dog, bring the dog to work, and we'll go back later to get the rest. And then, of course, there was no go back later, and then there was no the rest. So that was brutal. And then not far from where he lived, my wife had a friend since she was a child who's out here kind of on the cusp of Brentwood, Palisades, whatever. And she got evacuated, had no power, whatever. And she asked if she could come stay with us. Now, at the time, my wife said yesterday, my friend Rachel wants to come stay with us. I said, great. Any of your hot friends are welcome to stay here. I want to be the official.
I have endless room and one large bed for all of them.
You tell me hot single friends want to come. The house is, we can keep making more room.
5 or below, go to a shelter.
That's my motto, Allie. I always say that. 5 or below, you go to a shelter. Anything above a 5, you're more than welcome to stay with me. And then she said to me, she's also going to bring her baby because she has a 1-year-old. And I said, all right, well, that's less hot, but okay. I get it. The baby's above a 5, so we'll take the baby too. And then she said, also, her mom is in town visiting. So her mom is going to also come. And now it felt, okay, now I'm bringing in a baby and the senior. So this is kind of good karma points for me, not just the hot girl.
It is definitely about you.
And then she said also she has a dog and her mom has a dog and she has her ex's dogs as well, which were 2 more dogs. So now I've gone from bringing in one hot person to agreeing to bring in her friend's mom, and 4 dogs.
Now this is like a Titanic lifeboat.
It really is like a Titanic lifeboat. And then she says also her ex wants to come as well to help out with the baby because it's he's the father. So now I go, hold on, what have I just signed up for at this point? This is a lot of people.
A great reality show.
So they all were there yesterday when I got home from this job. And
you have to then you kind of feel weirdly displaced even though you're not.
Right.
Because there's chaos in your house, but then you also feel like you can't focus on yourself and you need to host.
I had to make beds. I had to find sheets. I realized I don't have enough towels. I realized all these things, but I'm trying to be as accommodating as I can be because our place is fine. They're in an evacuation zone. They have no power. They were thrilled. Once again, I seemed irrelevant. All they loved was outlets. Every outlet was taken. Everyone was charging everything. They loved the fact there was power, and they seemed happy. And the kid the little baby had a place to crawl around. Everything was good. And they were finally finished kind of unpacking and settling in, and the conversation started where she turned to me and said, do you think, we're good here? And I said, yeah, I think we're fine here. and that is when the fires started erupting in Studio City.
The structure fire.
Well, there was a few that were popping up around the same time, and well, there was the one that started on Runyon Canyon that kind of was making its way on the other side of the hills.
Right.
And they weren't.
And then they had evacuated Laurel Canyon at one point.
Yes, and then there was the one that was kind of moving, Laurel and Whitsett, or Ventura and Whitsett, which is not far from where I am at all. That started then burning. And then there was another one. Then there was a speculation, and I don't want to say this is true or not true, but it definitely was coming up over and over again on all of the neighborhood apps and chats. It was that fires were being started by 5 men in masks that were running around starting fires. And then it became everyone started freaking out, going with the whole, well, what are we going to do here? Like, is this now the crazies are taking over and they're just trying to F this place up as much as possible?
Or there was a theory that they're trying to get people out of their homes to evacuate so that then they could go in. But I know in the Hollywood Hills fire, there was a lot of cops around trying to make sure that people weren't going into the homes while they were evacuated.
And we don't say this enough, we should, but the way that those fires, at least the ones by me, were handled, they were handled quickly, and it's hard to see because on the news they're showing they're showing all of the stuff as it's happening, and I'm on text with everyone going, "Are we going? Are we going?" You got certain people like, "We're out, we're packing up, we're gone, we're not going to wait for the order, we're just getting." And they do even say on the news, "Look, you don't have to wait for your evacuation order. If you feel like you're not safe or you want to get out, just go, go."
Yeah. And then because we didn't have power, it was like you were resorting to actual maps to try and figure out what the hell was going on. And there's so many fires popping up so quickly that it was really hard to keep track.
And I think the people that had moved in with us were just getting over the PTSD from having to be evacuated from the place 24 hours earlier, that they didn't want to deal with this again. So they grabbed all their stuff. After they finally settled, they were in their rooms. I made beds and everything. They decided at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock last night, they're like, "We're out."
Where did they go?
They just said, we're going south. Like birds.
Oh, dude.
They're like, "We're going south."
That's like Fallout apocalypse talk.
I know.
We're heading south.
Yeah, you just get directions. You don't even
We're going to the ocean.
I was like to a Marriott, or she's like just south. I'm
Mexico.
like,
Once we reach Mexico.
Yeah, it's like the same plan as like the end of Shawshank.
Yeah.
I was like, what is going on here? So they then one by one, there goes the baby, there goes dog 1, dog 2, dog 3, dog 4.
And then you're like, what bed do I get to sleep in?
And it was at that point I was like, wow, you know what? I tried to do a good thing, but I don't even think I get the credit. They didn't even stay with me for a full 24 hours. They were in and out in 12 hours.
And I don't know if it was, the scare of the
the fires?
Yeah.
It was me.
They were like, "Oh no, looks like things are getting worse."
What a terrible person I am to be with. So
is she talking on another radio show right now going, "Oh, I had to stay with this really weird guy"?
She probably is. But so then they're out, and then of course when they started packing up and panicking and leaving, then my wife's like, we got to pack our bags. And I was like, "But I got a bag." And she's like, "No, but now we have more. Let's pack another bag." And then that became 5 more bags.
Yeah, we were kind of in the same boat where it's started with 1, then you go 2, then you get a bag of memories and stuff like that. But they say that you have the 6 Ps. You have to go through personal items, pictures, there's a whole list now.
Yeah, I said to her too. She didn't believe me because I was like, she's like, "What do we even pack?" Because that's what everyone's asking, And I'm like, "Well, grab some stuff that's important, change of clothes." I was like, "The 6 Ps." And she's like, "Don't make this about sex." I'm like, the 6 Ps is not about sex. And in her mind,
now that you mention it,
in her mind, I came up with a whole list that were all sexual things that started with P. Back that, and I was like, "There's nothing to do with sex at all here." So anyway, they're out again. So now I've got open space. If you need an evacuation zone, my place, I got beds made, ready to go. Take a quick break. More show next.
The world famous KROQ.
Klein Alley Show. KROQ.
Thursday morning, KROQ, Klein Alley Show, live and interactive. If you need us, the number is 800-520-1067. I know we've been giving away stuff all week, and I think we're taking a halt on that today, but we are here, which I know is not a great consolation prize, but it is the focus. Of course, if you need information, I'm sure you're getting it all sorts of places, including down the dial, KNX 97.1 FM, but you can also learn some stuff right here. It's time for your A.D.D. news.
Grab your Adderall. It's time for A.D.D. News.
So, all kidding aside, I know we like to, kind of share some of our personal accounts of what's going on, which have their own shenanigans involved. But it has been a very devastating 24 hours for the city of Los Angeles. We've now experienced the worst fire in LA County history, the most expensive fire in U.S. history. At one point, the Palisades fire was traveling 2 to 3 football fields per minute. The estimated damage is between $52 and $57 billion, and you might wonder where that money is going to come from. And I think a lot of people are wondering that because
it's got to be Bezos.
It's all Bezos.
It's got to be Bezos.
Isn't it crazy that there are people that have that money?
Yeah, you can solve this like that.
That can just be like, here, I'll write you a check.
I think Bezos' ex-wife gives that amount of money to charity every month or something.
Yeah.
I mean, we're a charity now.
Well,
Let's go.
They were talking about a lot of the insurance companies that do still cover the homes of people who live here, and even some of the insurance companies on hand only have $1 or $2 billion.
Right.
So even if they are able to pay out everybody, there's no way they can even come close to making everybody whole again. So what the hell are you going to do? But you can't even keep up with all the other fires that have been starting or how they've been starting. Yesterday, the Hollywood Hills fire started, and people were literally running down the hill to escape it. Later, there was a structure fire in Studio City, and they weren't sure if that started because of embers from the Hollywood fire. There was also some rumors going around that it had been set by somebody because there have been asshole looters, and they say, hey, you know what, why don't we start our own fire, wait for people to evacuate, and then break in. But there were a ton of cops in the area trying to prevent that. A lot of Palisades police presence as well. But
I don't even know how...
there's nothing to loot.
Right.
Like, there's nothing there anymore.
I don't know how Runyon Canyon could catch fire. It is so drenched with dog urine. I'm shocked that could even catch up. You ever gone there? The smell
yes.
The smell of dog urine is so powerful. You can smell it from when you park your car, no matter how far you are away. I would have thought that would have been like the
saturated.
Greatest. Yeah, that would have been the one safe spot, just because of the amount of
just pee and poop
straight
everywhere.
Up dog urine. It's unbelievable.
But it seems like they've gotten a handle on that fire, and that's what's been really incredible to watch. Because yesterday there was a fire that had popped up in Simi that was pretty close to us, and then there was one in Oxnard, I believe. So there were ones that were popping up everywhere, but they were able to extinguish or get a handle on those very quickly. Otherwise, if they can't, these just continue to spread, and then eventually, what do you got? Like a big giant supergroup fire?
No, they all join forces.
Yeah.
That's the biggest fear. There was a video, Johnny, try to find it and post it if you can, but it was called The Perfect Water Drop, and that you did see, this was the Sunset Fire, I believe, that was up in the hills, Hollywood Hills.
Yeah.
It was the most beautifully executed water drop from a chopper I've ever seen in my life, because a lot of times those drops happen, and I'm sure they're doing something, but you go like, oh, idiot, missed the whole thing. That's what I think.
Bullseye.
Yeah,
and you think they're thinking that too? They're like, oh, damn.
Yeah, because you think the process, you got to land the thing, fill it with water, whatever that stuff there, get back up. This drop was this guy should get, I don't know what the equivalent is of getting like MVP in the NFL, but whoever dropped that water.
Like drop of the month.
That guy was like, I mean, that was some Josh Allen level stuff right there. Very impressive.
So obviously also a lot of the news coverage has been of some of the people who have lost their homes, and one of the viral videos that have been going around has been an ongoing issue here in California for a while, and this is people losing insurance and then losing their homes.
I know I'm not supposed to be here, but this is my parents' home, and they just they got canceled from their fire insurance. They're 90 years old. They've lived in this house for 75 years, and they've had the same insurance. And these insurance people decided to cancel their fire. And we're going through this, and it just happened, and they have no fire insurance.
So unfortunately, that's so many people.
Yeah, I know some people, same exact situation.
But I believe we're going to talk to somebody later in the show who has some resources for people that have or know somebody who have lost their home that don't have any fire insurance. And then, kudos to any insurance companies that have still been covering people in California.
Yeah, for now, but still doesn't mean they're going to necessarily cover the claims, because that's the other fear now, is that they're going, we're going to be so tapped that they're just going to file for bankruptcy.
Well, and if you've ever gone through an insurance claim process, it is a headache no matter what the damage is. Like, even just, they're like, oh yeah, keep track of the damage and keep track of your spending. And if you're evacuated, save your hotel bill, save all that stuff, because we can reimburse you. But it's like the process of even reporting all that stuff and then getting it approved and getting paid is a headache.
We have listeners that are actually decent people, believe it or not, and there's a bunch of people that have reached out to us in the last 24 hours to ask if we can help spread some information about stuff that they're doing to make the community a little bit better. Belen?
Yes, hi, good morning.
Hi, what is it that you're up to so that we can get the word out on KROQ?
Hi, my husband and I have been just, reaching out to some people, some friends. He belongs to one of the gyms it's in Pasadena, but it's Aragon Training Center. He'll be there at noon, and we're collecting money and just water and toilet paper. That's what the somebody at the Alley Convention. The Pasadena Convention Center. They were taking donations for water and toiletries.
Toiletries, and you'll be doing that at noon today at the gym in Pasadena?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. That's one of the many things. There's a lot of ways that you can potentially help out, and we'll put up update links and everything, because I know that there's a lot of people that are just asking the same question. What can I do to help? What can I do to help? And we should have that information. I'm sure KNX does a better job of that than we do, but we'll give you some resources. Thank you. And if you can go support, drop off toiletries or water, that's what they're looking for right now to help the people that are in that evacuation center.
And on any given day, there's about 1,000 different events in LA. So, of course, the fires have caused a ton of things to be canceled. The Critics' Choice Awards have been rescheduled. Tons of movie and TV premieres were scheduled for this week. Those have all been canceled. Pretty much every major music show in the area has been canceled. And the Rams playoff game could be moved to State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona, if conditions don't improve around SoFi.
No, State Farm will probably cancel them.
We're going to drop you.
We're going to drop you guys. You understand? Don't take it personally.
But don't have nice khakis.
Let's get into a brand new hour of the show. Let's do it right now.
Klein Alley Show. 106.7 KROQ FM in HD Pasadena, Los Angeles, Orange County. This is the world famous KROQ.
All right, good morning. Welcome to your Thursday. We are a bit sleep deprived here at KROQ. Jake said the good news for Jake in Burbank is that his power is back on in the Jake Shack.
Yeah, Jake Shack.
So his fridge is now, his bags of shredded cheese are now fully ready to be eaten all over again.
I'm stoked.
Did he shower today?
Yeah, I took a shower last night.
Nice.
Oh, okay.
Good. We'll count
You're
that.
a night shower, so you can bathe in your sweat.
Allie has no power where she is in Agora Hills.
I did actually bring in some extra food because it's going to go bad.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Pre-spoiled food. Very generous of you.
Yeah, well, it's actually kind of dicey. I'm not really sure if it's good or not, but
Omar says winds have died down and no fires currently that he's concerned about in the Rancho Cucamonga area. Yeah. Vanessa in Long Beach is feeling good but anxious right now. Postmaster Johnny, you're still living in an evacuation zone? Postmaster Johnny made it in today, finally borrowed his sister's car and got in here. But Johnny, your mom's place is currently in a red zone?
Yes, sir. They just lifted it last night, and also, too, the streets have no power out there, so and a lot of detours, so no traveling up there by the Newhall, Calgrove, Pash.
All right. Well, thanks for making it in today. Appreciate the effort.
He walked away.
Oh, that's good. He's gone.
Oh, my God. He already left.
That's it. I take back what I said. I don't appreciate the effort. If you need us, 800-520-1067 to join the show later this hour. Got a KNX reporter joining us, not just to give us some information that's probably useful, but we heard her talking about this on KNX yesterday. Her childhood home is gone, and processing the house she grew up in that her parents, I think, still lived in. Being wiped off the face of the earth.
But while also reporting on a fire that's affecting you directly.
So we got that to get to. We have some listeners that could use help, and also stories to share. We have quite a few people, listeners whose husbands are firefighters. There's just so many people reaching out for different reasons. So anyway, we'll get into all that. Try to have some fun in the process, because that's why we're here, right, Allie? Fun. Isn't that what we do around here?
Huh. Fun TBD.
Yeah, fun TBD. Let's kick things off this hour with some Ocean Avenue on KROQ. Klein Alley Show. If you need us, 800-520-1067.
Always a bad joke, huh?
I didn't need to make a bad joke, but I was trying. It's very sad. Everyone's got a sad story now.
It's terrible.
Omar
man.
said it earlier. Omar's lived here his whole life. He said, of all the times we've been through stuff like this, he doesn't remember a time where everyone feels like they know someone that has been personally, very personally affected because of how
Crazy.
spread out it is, and if it's Altadena, if it's Palisades, if it's a friend of a friend, a former coworker, it's everyone's like, oh my God, it's so we were just talking to one of our bosses here whose kid lost their house, and every kid they grew up with lost their house.
Yeah,
and,
he was like, they have a group chat of like 14 of them that all grew up together, and they all 14 of them lost their homes.
And all the places.
And
they
what
went
did
to.
he say as he walked out?
I don't want to get
Maybe
into
we'll
what I
cover
said.
it later.
No.
You got to spread out the sad. Is that what you said?
No, I said no. I didn't. Not
I guess
that.
he's dressed like
he's wearing
crook or something.
He's wearing a black hoodie, a black hat, and black pants. And I said, at least you look like you're ready to go rob some stuff or something like that. And he gave me a really dirty look, and then he left. But
He was like literally tearing up.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, look, we had to get on the air. I'm not good. I'm not good beginning. He understands our job here. Right?
Well,
not
like
funny.
if you're directly affected or indirectly affected, like the degrees of separation are not
right
very much.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then even like if you were displaced and you've lost your home, or if you are in an evacuation area and you are displaced at all, that can be really scary. And then also people have been without power for 24 hours plus, and they don't even know when they're going to turn it on again. I know for us, they turned the power off, I think yesterday at around this time. And then as I was driving home, like right down the street from my house, I saw this giant ass tree that had fallen into a power line. And I was like, thank God the power is off. Like there would have been a giant fire sparked right down the street from my house. And I'm so glad that they turned it off for 170,000 people, because think about how many more fires there would be if they didn't do that. And then I went to DIY on the way home because I was like, okay, I got to get some of those fire masks, you know. The N95s, Klein.
You got one of the good ones.
I got one of the good ones because I was like, I don't have, like, you realize how not prepared you are. And then every time something like this happens, you're like, I should be more prepared. And then you forget, and then you're not prepared again. But I was like, okay, I'm going to go there. I'm going to get some fire masks. I'm going to maybe get some ice because, you know, El Cheapo, I don't want to throw away my food.
Right.
And so
Smart.
I show up, and they are without power at DIY, and they have like a backup generator running at the entrance just to get the register working. And then, you know, the automatic doors are like half open, and all the employees are at the front, and they're like, what do you need? Because the generator's so loud, and they're like, what do you need? I need to escort you there, and I need to get you your thing, and we need to direct you back to the register because we don't want any looters in here. And I was like, I don't know, I need masks. And they're like, here they are, go, go, go. And it was just like, it felt like complete chaos, even though there wasn't a direct fire in our area. It was like, you know, you're just driving home and you feel like, oh, whatever, you know, like, yeah, I'm going to an area that's, quote, safe for now. And then you just see the panic that is within the whole community, regardless of where you are. It's palpable. You can feel it.
I went to a hardware store yesterday, too, because I realized that I had not ever changed the air filters in the place we've been living in, and they were all backed up and stuff, and, you know, the smoke in the air it was so powerful. You know, I don't know what the air quality is today, but I think at best case scenario, it's hazardous, and at worst case scenario, it's the worst level of air quality.
Yeah, everybody there was buying either gas cans for their generators, air filters, or masks.
Right. But I felt like such not a man because all I had was air filters, and there was like all these other men in line that had like all this like cool like, chainsaws and stuff.
Yeah.
And I was like, and I like looked around, and they're like, and then when I got to the register, they're like, is that it for you, sir? I'm like, where you got the machetes? You got machetes here?
I guess I'll also get a machete.
like every other person was such a man with like all these like things that they were. I wouldn't
Like
know
you could tell they had a plan.
Yeah, like I think one guy was about to rebuild his house already. He had like 2x4s and like saws and stuff, and I was like, I just got
the street.
You're like, are these the 3mm? I don't know
I was
what
like, I
size.
also have allergies to pollen. Will this get the pollen out of the air?
Yeah, and then I realized when I got home, I was like, oh my God, who is better equipped for a power outage than a lesbian like me? I have an entire cabinet full of camping equipment.
Oh, yeah, you
I
are.
had the headlamps with the little lights on them. I had the lanterns, the Coleman lanterns, the good ones.
Nice.
I had like several other flashlights, and then I had, you know, because we're also gay, we had a ton of candles.
Oh,
Wow. Fire, great.
Oh.
So there's no way your kid fell in the dark, huh?
All right. Yes, he fell off his stool in the dark and cut his mouth open. That also
my
happened.
God.
Yeah.
How's that possible? You had so much light.
Yeah.
Well, I had the headlamp and it wasn't facing in his direction.
Allie, this
He
morning.
was trying to eat a carrot on a stool and he fell over and he smashed his face on the floor, and then he cut his
man.
mouth open and cut his chin on the bottom.
Who's to blame for that one? Who was on the watch?
Well, we took turns blaming each other. That's important.
That's the most important thing.
And I was passive aggressive about it too. And
Gotta
I was
be.
like, well, you know, I'm cooking, so that's on you.
Who has one headlamp on and is a terrible parent? It's you.
But
So-
you know what was funny is, you know, because the fridge has been, you know, off for 12, 20 hours, whatever it is, I was thinking, you know, how are we going to get through this food? And Katie had not thought about or mentioned any of that, and she was like, we should probably start drinking this wine.
It's a great
I was like,
plan.
what are you talking about? She was like, it's going to get warm. I was like, who cares?
Yeah, she's
And I
got-
was like, but all right, you got a point. Let's start drinking.
Was it open yet?
No,
Then it's fine, right?
I know.
So she opened the bottle. It's a good plan, though.
We went through 2 bottles of wine last night.
The thing about disasters like this, and obviously they're terrible for so many reasons, but you can always find little reasons to make them work in your benefit. And if it's the excuse to start doing some more day drinking.
Yes,
because-
but then at one point it becomes night drinking, which then becomes, okay, now we're in a potential emergency situation, and what am I supposed to do with a 3-year-old and a drunk woman?
We'll come back
Turn on
with
that headline, pretend you're a train.
come back with the answer to that question next on KROQ.
Klein Alley Show.
The world famous KROQ.
Nataly Show. 800-520-1067 to join us throughout the morning. Text line, we're here for you. Interactions, people are waking up. Just glad to hear you guys live on the air today. Sending you all the best. We've actually received quite a few people wishing us well, and it's weird because we're here obviously trying to wish you well, but people that listen to the show that are not in California, we've all at this point received, I'm sure, many texts from relatives and family members that don't live here, including a barrage of text messages from, my siblings going, just get out, just go, because, they're processing this news on a national level across the country, and it looks terrible. And unlike a lot of stories where sometimes, there'll be an earthquake here and the story will make national news, and my mom will call and say, are you all right? I'm like, yeah, I didn't even feel it. What are you talking about? This is one of those ones where I go, it is as bad as it looks on the news and actually worse in reality.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I remember when the winds were happening and then the Palisades fire had just started and people were texting is everything okay over there? And it's like, well, yeah, it's not close to where I'm at.
Right.
And then people checking in later and just responding no, this is really bad.
Yeah. And it's, because this is so widespread, it's affecting so many people different ways. But appreciate all these calls. Well wishes for us.
Good morning from Dallas, guys. I saw on the news everything is on fire there. I hope you and your families all stay safe.
Thank you.
And for the love of God, somebody check on Blind Charlie. Stay safe. Sweet divots.
Sweet divots to you. Thank you for your concern. And yes, someone please do check on Blind Charlie. We should make sure. We got to keep all of our listeners safe. That's the most important thing because we don't have that many, so we got to keep them safe.
Yeah, I know.
Meanwhile, across the hall, KNX has been delivering 24/7 coverage and always...
Which I don't know how they're doing that. They're like, and John Baird's still at the Palisades. I'm like, how is he still there?
Yeah.
It's incredible what they're able to do.
I think they must be jacking him up with something, some of those performance-enhancing drugs or something like that.
Oh.
They must be. I got to get some of those.
Yeah, we need some of those. Pass them down the hall.
Nataly Tavidian, who you've heard on KNX, I'm sure, before, has a very personal story to tell, which we heard a bit of yesterday, and we wanted to have her on just to share this with you as well. Nataly, first of all, thank you for joining us this morning on KROQ. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Better than you right now. Very sorry about what's going on, but for those people that have not heard you kind of go in depth into this on KNX, could you just share with us the story? Because I think this is something that I think people really need to hear as they're processing now the personal side of what's been going on.
Yeah, you're talking about how we're everywhere, and we really, truly are everywhere, and we're sharing everybody's stories, but nothing like this has ever happened to me where I'm now sharing my own story. I never thought I would become the story, and I'm over here holding space for myself, for my mom and my brother, and for the collective. So the day the fire broke out, I was actually sent out to Malibu. I'm talking to people there, and I started noticing every time I approached somebody, they would end up breaking into tears because it hits you a little bit later when you're saying it out loud. And that's what's been happening to me. While I'm covering Malibu, the fire in Altadena starts to eat in fire, and I called my editor, and I'm like, hey, we have a couple reporters here in Malibu. Send me to that area. That is my hometown. I know it like the back of my hand. Send me. And I go there, and as I'm driving, I'm freaking out because my grandmother is getting an evacuation warning. Everything just happened so quickly. So my mom's going to pick up my grandma, and my brother's leaving work in downtown, and we're heading to our family home. And in the meantime, I'm working, I'm bringing people the news, and I get to my family home, and I see embers flying over our home. Everything happened so fast. It was still voluntary at that time because I don't think anybody knew how quickly this was going to be spreading. But then I hear police cars driving around the neighborhood saying mandatory evacuation, get out. In that moment, my brother and I are filling up as many boxes as we can. We got storage bins, and we're loading them up with VHS, high 8 photo albums. My parents have kept everything. They were like the OG Instagrammers, but in real life, and they've kept everything. And we didn't save everything, but we saved as much as we could. We filled up the trunk, and unfortunately, I continued interviewing people, continued talking to people saying, I'm in shock. I don't know what I'm going to find in the morning. I don't know what I'm going to find in the morning. And a friend of mine over at KCAL actually called to break the news to me, and I thought that was very brave of her, and she just called crying because I was working till 2 in the morning. She started at 3 a.m. and headed to that area and saw my family home was gone, just demolished to the ground. I had to wait a couple hours because I was just not emotionally ready to go see it. And it's just so crazy because when you're out there as a news reporter and you're asking people, what are you feeling in this moment? I don't know what I was feeling in that moment, and it comes in waves, and every time I remember what's gone, my childhood diaries, I kept journals. My grandmother, my late grandmother, who passed in Lebanon, she has crocheted, you name it. Like every time something comes up in your head, you just shed another tear. And my mom was a total fashionista and loved getting dressed up before my dad passed away. My dad built that home for them. He passed 3 years ago. There is just so much heaviness and so much to process that I thought it was important to tell my story, to tell people, like, listen, yes, we're grateful we're alive, but no, this is not okay. This is heavy. And I think the only thing that people can say is, everybody's just been telling me I have no words, because there are no words. There are no words to describe this type of loss. But I also think it's very important to acknowledge that, yes, we are alive. Pasadena was burning left and right. I'm driving and I'm seeing embers fly toward my car. I'm checking out different neighborhoods. I'm seeing my old pediatrician's office burn down. And at the same time, everybody I know and love and grew up with is alive. So yes, I'm so grateful everyone's alive. And yes, I am heartbroken. And I think it's okay to say I'm not going to be okay for a while, because that's the home I grew up in. That's where I took my first steps. That's where I said my first words. My dad bought that home in 1988. He was in his 20s. My mom and dad built that home like from scratch. It's been through so many remodels. It was beautiful. There was a little tiki hut in the backyard. My parents loved to entertain. I grew up with music in that house. I remember my dad's surprise 40th birthday party that my mom held, and we had to leave and stay at grandma's and couldn't party with them. There was just so many memories there that I can't put them all into words, but to tell a story and to feel a story are so very different. And it is just the strangest thing ever from someone who's been a news journalist for such a long time, whose job is to tell people stories with empathy. And I always do. And there's always empathy when you're speaking with people and you're asking them these questions, but this is on another level, to truly, truly feel it and feel that grief and feel that loss of losing everything.
Nataly Tavidian is on with us now from KNX reporter, but talking about a person that lost her child at home, and just even in all the memories you have, it makes me regret all the weed I smoked in my life, because I would be able to recall none of these memories. I'd be like, I know,
they're like, well, at least you have your memories. I'm like, I don't have any of those.
It's the first thing I lost. Long before the fires, I lost my memories.
I know, my God. But Nataly, I mean, when it comes to, you said, your mom was trying to get your grandmother out. Mm-hmm. For some people, it was so hard to even convince some of the older people that have lived there for decades to even leave. Mm-hmm. Was that a tough process? And how do you explain to her what's even happening?
So my grandmother lives on her own. She lives a couple miles away from us. She's closer to Altadena. So they got the evacuation order before we did, which is closer to Sierra Madre. It struck me, that struck me because I was like, wait, but she's so much further from the mountains. How is that area being forced to evacuate? And it took her, it's a 10-minute drive. It took her at least an hour to get there. And my heart's just pounding through my chest going, is Grandma okay? And she's hard of hearing. She has early onset dementia, and she lives on her own because of her own stubbornness. She's able to live on her own, but we go check on her multiple times. And she struggled to get her out of the house. Yeah. And I stayed with my family that night. We stayed at a friend's in West Covina. The air quality was much better there, but I slept next to Grandma, who kept waking up going, hey, this isn't my place. It was really difficult. And I had an aunt from Ventura come pick her up and take her. So that was an added challenge. So I was just focused on getting Grandma to safety and then focusing on getting my mom situated. My brother, he is so strong. He's been incredible.
Nataly, people
that
know someone that's in a similar situation to you, realizing that the home they grew up in is completely gone. We are all saying, what can we do, right? Everyone said, what can we do? Obviously, you need a place to stay. But what is it? Because I've got friends also that have lost everything, lost the house, had insurance canceled, so they don't know what they're going to do next. And what do you want people to do for you, or what should we be doing? Because there are people that are lucky enough that they're not personally affected by this, and they live in an area that's not even affected by the fire. So what can we do for people like you?
I think there's so much to do, and I can't I can't tell anybody where to begin, but friends have started asking me, what can we do? And something that hit me like a train last night was when my mom asked me, can you bring me some sweatpants? And I just wanted to burst into tears because this is a woman who has the most, I call it Ida's closet. Like, I always borrowed clothes from my mom because her sense of fashion is just so incredible. And she has nothing. She's asking me for sweats. She just walked out with the clothes on her back.
Yeah.
So I think people can start putting together boxes of stuff, asking people what size clothes they need. Like, literally everything you did this morning, from brushing your teeth to putting sunscreen on your face, all of that is gone. And I just put together a bag of my clothes that I'm going to take to my mom. I put together a toiletry bag, nothing, like everything you do, underwear, everything you're putting on, like nothing is there. A tea kettle, a place to stay. I always ask people, where do you go now? And that's, I've taken a couple of days off. The management has been incredible in understanding everything that I'm dealing with. And
those are unpaid. I just found out they're unpaid days off. I just talked to Fetterman. Sorry. Just so you know. You know how this place is.
I mean, it's incredible what you're doing, Nataly, and just what you're able to bring us on a regular basis over at KNX. But to be able to tell this story and tell it in the way that you're telling it so eloquently and so and in such a raw way, we really appreciate you coming on with us and sharing it all.
Of course.
Take the time you need. The company says take all the unpaid time you need. That's what they're saying. Nataly Tavidian will check for you on KNX. Thoughts with you and your family right now. Another personal story. And thank you for joining us on KROQ. You're welcome back anytime. I mean, the stories like this that
and
are
that's just one of many.
It's just going to keep on coming. So, wanted to share that with you, but also hopefully we can provide you a bit of an escape this morning here at KROQ. Justice, Tame Impala joining forces. Never Ender on KROQ. Klein Show.
Cold Blend Sticks. They're a good band.
Great band. Allie is trying to eat through everything in her refrigerator because
treat
she's got
yourself
no
a
power.
round of sausage, people.
You guys got to see this on the Instagram. If you're not,
Can you post that?
YouTube,
Yeah.
you got to put it up on the YouTube live stream. Allie just brought in a platter. Oh, there's got to be 3 dozen sausages there. All well, you way overcooked them. They're all shriveled
Well,
up.
I don't know. We're on the air. I just put it in the air fryer and
Yeah.
walked away.
Beef jerky now.
That's so
I've got some
much.
string cheese to go with it.
Jesus, look at you. You really came in.
Eating good today.
Allie brought in food in bulk.
Avocado's about to go
Man,
bad.
look at that. What a platter. Was your plan to eat all that sausage yourself?
No, I decided to bring it all and make it all for anybody who would eat it. I know you won't because you'll know it was in my fridge and that I touched it.
Yeah, as soon as it goes anywhere near Allie, I've lost all interest. I will not be eating that at all. But that is truly a real round of sausage right there. Treat
Jake will eat it,
yourself
won't
a
you,
round
Jake?
of sausage.
Yeah, Will.
Look at that. Man, incredible.
I did overcook it.
Yeah, you did. That looks gross. So anyway, you can watch the show. It's happening now live on KROQ as well as on KROQ's YouTube. Thanks for letting us hang out with you as we are all trying to put pieces back together. And thank you once again, Nataly Tavidian of KNX, for joining us with your story. Very sad. Allie, this will make you laugh, though, or maybe not. You won't. I think the rest of us will laugh. You will hate it, probably. As you are shoveling sausage into your mouth. As you know, the news is everywhere now, trying to cover these fires as they pop up, and as a result, they've got a lot of people that are interrupting the news, the live news. That's a good old classic tradition that happens no matter what the situation is. People love to yell things as the news is going live, and
No matter what.
no matter what, there's just something funny about the news that happens behind the news. And this was a guy that was being informed about the fires, and he has a theory as to how these all began. And, well, I don't think you'll like this, but everyone else will get a laugh.
Yes, I can hear you. So the family with the poor little girl who was...
Why is there a fire happening right now?
There are multiple fires that are taking place.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Yeah.
You're the news though. You're supposed to know.
Well, I don't know how it started. We don't know how it started. There,
I think
winds.
it's all the gay people in LA.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
We got the,
unacceptable.
The gays? Yeah, unacceptable.
Can't believe she doubled down on that. What a homophobe doing the news.
Right, they are just unacceptable freaks.
This, of course, we're posting this on our Instagram right now. This happened. I forget what station this was on. Johnny, what station was this? It doesn't matter. Regardless, it's making the rounds.
Fox 11. This was last night at 10 o'clock. I was dying laughing when I saw this.
Yeah. So once again, this
Nothing
is
like
not
live television.
We cannot confirm or deny that the fires were all started by the gays, but once again, this was just one man's theory.
It is funny to see the different theories that are floating around. I heard on the way in, actually on KNX, that there was a theory about Donald Trump blaming Gavin Newsom on the fires because Gavin Newsom's so obsessed with protecting the smelt that he was spending too much water resources on protecting the smelt, and now there's not
enough water to put out the fires. Interesting theory as well. But I mean, this one I would still say is the top theory.
Why is there a fire happening right now?
There are multiple fires that are taking place.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Yeah.
You're the news though. You're supposed to know.
Well, I don't know how it started. We don't know how it started. There,
I think
winds.
it's all the gay people in LA.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
We got the...
unacceptable.
I love that guy that jumped in. Okay. And there it is.
Okay. He was trying to say...
They should have... when people really go off the rails in these interviews, their first instinct is, I'm just going to walk away and cut them off.
They got to let them go.
I know. You're in the middle of a viral moment.
Sorry, but Mario Lopez got in trouble, too, because he commented on that, and it went kind of viral, too, but he's since retracted his statement.
What did Lopez say?
He said, hold up, let him cook. Like, let him keep talking and stuff.
Hey, KK.
All right, relax. Let's not bring up KK at a time like this.
Why'd you start the fires, KK?
I'm spicy. Omar, why don't you stand behind the news?
Let's flame everything.
Why don't you just stand behind the news and play clips of our show of us saying terrible things?
Sure, that'd be
you got that
great.
soundboard with you.
Yeah, for sure.
Quick break. We'll be back in a second. If you'd like some of Allie's sausage, I guess call now. There's plenty here. If you're in the mid-Wilshire area, you need to charge your phone or you need a snack, stop on by the KROQ studios. We're here for you today. We'll be back with more show, your actual ADD news. We'll see what's going on. And coming up later this morning, El Cheapo is going to share with you all of the free things. And there's a lot of free things you can get right now. If these fires have affected you in any way, shape, or form, or if you're a first responder, from food to places to stay to rides, she'll break it all down coming up here at KROQ.
106.7 KROQ. KROQ. Klein, Ellie, Show.
For 8 a.m. on KROQ, Klein Alley Show. It's a whole hub of activity out there as the KNX news team is working around the clock. And if you need information about things, closures, most things are closed. Even stuff that seems unrelated. Obviously, school's closed, LAUSD. Omar's kids have school today, but they didn't have it yesterday. It's hard to keep track of it all.
I think mine's the only district that's open.
Yeah, I'm trying to switch my kids to Allie's school for one day just to get them in.
And there's no power.
Get them out of the house.
They were like, by the way, we're going to close a little early. I didn't get power all day. I'm like, these poor teachers were stuck inside with no power with these kids all day.
Apologies in advance. We are pretty sleep deprived. Last night, I think Allie and I both were packed up, ready to do the full evacuation.
I'm still packed up, and we've got our crate out for the cat. She's freaking the F out about it.
Both kids were asleep, but we had actually woken up the first one to be like, because, my wife was all freaked out about
the first one?
Yeah, well, we're going to leave the other one behind. Fitting the herd a little bit at our house. Because one of them's easier to wake up. The other one has it's a whole thing. She's not great when you wake her up. The first one's, like, let's go, we're going. She's like, we go to Disneyland? And we're like, not exactly. Because the only other time I ever woke them up surprised in the middle, I was like, we're going to Disneyland.
Right.
I always thought that was the coolest thing to do. And this time she was like, we go to Disneyland? And I'm like, no.
It is so the opposite.
We're going to find a hotel on the side of the freeway if we can.
But might have a gym.
Neither of us evacuated. We were close, though, and cars packed and ready. Scary, uncertain times for sure, but here we are together again, and Allie's turned this into a real party.
Treat yourself a round of sausage. I'm sorry, that's not it.
And now your news.
Grab your Adderall. It's time for ADD News.
Jake took that sausage platter right out of here.
Hell yeah.
Sure did. Took them all.
It's like we were off the air, and the second later he came in and grabbed it. All right, it's difficult to keep track of all the fires at this point. There are so many of them that are still burning out of control, and yesterday they'd made the announcement that LA Fire was reaching the end of their resources. Firefighters from Oregon, Washington, and Northern California were traveling to help, and it did make a huge difference. Thankfully, the Sunset Fire in Hollywood Hills has been relatively contained. Evacuations for that area have been lifted, so people can return to their homes this morning. Yesterday, I had seen this heartbreaking video of a baby deer running through the streets of Altadena, just not knowing where to go and just freaking out, and it really sank in just how impactful this will be on the wildlife and the environment.
Did you see that guy that saved the bunny?
No.
Oh, man, that's a great video. Guy saved the bunny out of a burning field or whatever. A little bunny. It was really heartwarming. Almost like Omar is with the soldiers videos where they come home and surprise their family. I almost felt that happening when the guy saved the bunny.
And, we were talking to Dr. Lucy yesterday about how a lot of this is due to climate change. We're having more wildfires because of climate change. We're going to continue to see these wildfires happening more frequently. And then to see a baby animal running through the streets just going, what the hell is going on? Where do I go? What do I do? It really makes you feel the direct impact that humans are making on the planet.
Wasn't that the whole storyline of Bambi?
Yes.
Doesn't Bambi?
It was a hunter.
No,
it wasn't.
There's a wildfire.
There was a hunter in there, too, but there was a wildfire. I remember because my kid had a whole thing with Bambi. We watched it like 17 times in one day.
Yeah.
Real sad, Bambi.
Real sad. But, that's...
unnecessarily sad, that movie.
Yeah. All those old Yeller, all those old ones.
Yeah, I know. This is another video that came out of Altadena where people were filling trash cans with pool water to combat the fire.
These guys are filling this trash can with water from a neighbor's pool on Halston in Altadena. And you can see they're running over to try to stop these flames from spreading.
And, they were saying, we're almost out of water. Like, of course, this thing also gets political, where they were like, why, Rick Caruso was saying, why aren't these fire hydrants in the Palisades working properly? Or there were problems with water pressure, and if those had been functional, then maybe they could have saved more homes and things like that.
Caruso said that Karen Bass got a bidet and used up all the water, personally.
He didn't say that.
No, but it was like, but that's the way that the stuff escalates.
People are saying some weird stuff right now.
At this point, though, you are getting a lot of clearly mismanagement, funds all messed up, and then there was a budget cut apparently to the fire department. That, it's like easy to say after the fact, the Monday morning quarterback, and go, well, that was really stupid. We should have given him a lot more resources.
Yes, but that makes sense. And then, of course, we heard from the guy earlier who was just happy to be on TV and blamed the gays for the fires.
Sure.
Just wanted to point out another woman who was very glad to be on TV.
I really appreciate you guys taking your time to talk to me. Because, one, this whole experience is messed up, and two, I've never been on the news before.
Yeah. Well,
so it's cool.
Sad that it's for something like this, but again.
Something like this, but still kind of cool.
No.
It's
an idiot.
Thank you
for sharing your story, and good luck.
I think this. What we should point out. This woman's wearing a unicorn onesie or something, isn't she?
Yeah,
She's wearing, like,
she was
pajamas.
wearing like a wild outfit, and I love
Right.
that the reporter was like, "Thank you so much for your story."
Well, the reporter definitely has.
She was like, "Get the F out of
Yeah,
here."
someone in her ear being like, "All right, moving on, because they all want the, they all want the heartfelt story of the person. They don't want the blame the gays or the weird adult in pajamas talking to them. They don't want that. I get it.
It's still, it is sad, but, still pretty cool. All right, I know there are other things going on in the world, and in the midst of this tragedy, a lot of you are probably thinking, what about TikTok? What about its future? There was the TikTok ban, and I know a lot of people are worried about their TikTok and where is it going to go. Don't worry, Mr. Wonderful is trying to save it. Another story that was making the rounds yesterday, amidst all the national and international headlines about the fires, were that Kevin O'Leary, a.k.a. Mr. Wonderful, is nearing a deal to buy TikTok with a former owner of the Dodgers.
Oh, wow.
So if that actually happens, then, all the people's fears about TikTok and being in China and stealing your information, all of that could go away and we could enjoy our good old American TikTok.
Yeah, except Mr. Wonderful, the dirty Canadian. So think about that for a second.
Canada's like, we're waiting for our moment.
This is where Canada steps in.
We're going to steal it and then still be really nice to you.
There's some news for you right now. As we mentioned, coming up, El Cheapo on a Thrifty Thursday. We'll share all of the free things you can get. First responders, if you've been displaced because of fires. At the very least, we're keeping you company, and KROQ's always free and priced accordingly. So thanks for spending some of your morning with us. Is there anything we can do for you? Maybe it's just a song you need to hear to put you in a better mood today. What the hell? Why not, right?
Yeah.
I feel like society's on the verge of collapse, so what if we change the music a little bit today to make you happier? 800-520-1067. We are Klein Alley Show. And we'll talk to Karla in a second. One of our listeners who's hanging out on the phone wants to share something, and we'll do that next right here, KROQ.
Goddamn fires. Put them out.
Well said, Pantyhose Greg. Well said. We're sick of the goddamn fires. Put them out. It's KROQ. We're Klein Alley Show. Welcome to just after 8 o'clock, a live interactive show for you and yours on KROQ and streaming on YouTube. If you'd like to go there and check out what's happening here, what two very sleep-deprived people look like.
Yeah, Allie's wearing her famous turkey trot hat.
Oh, yeah. She's wearing the hat from the questionable, problematic picture she took. That is, yeah, you
questionable, yes. Problematic, no. I wasn't trying to be that way. This is also a different yellow.
It's a two.
What?
You have two.
No way.
You have two special hats.
They're not special hats. And Johnny and Vanessa both complimented me on my look today.
That's sarcasm.
No, they said I had a good fit.
Even else. Hey, Karla, you're on KROQ. Good morning. 800-520-1067. What's up?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. What can we do for you?
Oh, well, I thought you were calling about... I was actually in Palisades when the fire started. I do DoorDash, and I was picking up an order off of Sunset and PCH.
Oh, right there in the thick of it, huh?
Right when it happened. I noticed it at 10:20, and I think the call went in at 10:30, because you can see the hills from Santa Monica. And I was like, man, I think there's a fire. And I actually drove to a smoothie place to pick it up on Sunset and PCH. And I told them, I'm like, you guys, I think there's a fire up the hill. You're probably going to have to evacuate. And the people in the store, started to notice, and everyone was getting on the phone. And I took my delivery, went back to Santa Monica. I turned around, and the fire was, coming down the hill. And 30 minutes later, the fire, had taken over where all those abandoned cars were on Sunset and PCH. So if I would have waited or kept working up there, I would have been stuck up there with everybody else. It happened so fast.
Yeah, it was crazy. I mean, the fact that Ali said earlier was moving at 3 football fields a minute is just wild to think about that. It's just out of control. Well, I'm glad you're safe, obviously, hopefully, and thank you for delivering the food. That's very important. Got to eat the food.
But also thinking that she probably picked up one of the last
that place,
orders that place ever had.
That place you picked up from, Karla, are they gone now? Do they still exist, or are they out?
Yeah, it's gone.
It's gone. Yeah, it's really sad, man. I know I was talking about this restaurant I used to love that was right there. That it was the first place that I ever had, pasta served inside of a cheese wheel. Mm-hmm. And everyone grieves in their own way, but you have a great meal at a restaurant that will never be there again. And some guy got it. He wanted to let me know that I'm not crazy to get emotional about places that had good food that are gone now.
Hey guys, Josh from Salt Lake. Love your Showtime. It's great hearing you swear. Adds a different flavor to you guys. Pasta in a cheese wheel is the greatest thing the Italians did for the world.
It's not. I mean, it's right up there. It's genius. I don't know who invented it, but making the pasta and putting it right in the hollowed-out cheese wheel, goddamn, it's beautiful.
Put it inside the cheese wheel.
It's good.
And I like how Jake doesn't say a word until halfway through Showtime. Yeah. I thought maybe he didn't show up because he couldn't have or something for Dry January. But, yeah, it was great that he finally showed up. And love you guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks for the support. Let me ask you a question for those of you that are doing the Dry January. You think anyone's going all right, I earned a drink.
Dude.
It's been a few days. I could use a drink. Because I would imagine a lot of the, quote, Dry January people, if I were doing Dry January this year, I would have been like, well, you know what? F it. At this point?
Absolutely.
You think people gave up?
Oh, yes. And I think they should give up if they haven't already.
Jake, are you still doing Dry January?
Yeah, I'm doing it from the 6th to the 6th.
Yeah, but you don't... So you just started, 2 days ago? 3 days ago? That's
I
it?
I started on Monday.
Yeah, but now we've been through some stuff. You're not... you don't feel like between the, apocalyptic fires and everything else, you deserve a drink?
I think I deserve it, but I'm going to try not to.
See, we rarely drink during the week ever, and last night it was like, all right, you know what? It was like one person mentioned it, like our friend, and we were just like, yep, pop it open. Because things just start, the routine unravels, the created rules that you've made for yourself unravel, and you're just like, all right, you know what? We're existing. We've got candles lit. We've got our headlamps on. We're trying to get food right now. Let's just crack open some wine and all get through this together.
Yeah, I would say anyone who's doing Dry January, good luck with all that, but I think this
Permission to stop.
Yeah, let's go ahead and call this week a wash here.
I know your body likes to have a cleanse or whatever, but do it next month.
Yeah, and we've talked about this for a while, but February should be the month anyway because it's the shortest month, so it's the easiest to do. It's a good way to kind of ease into it. Jimmy World for you, some sweetness, and we are here all morning if you need us. 800-520-1067. This is KROQ. January, but perhaps you have other New Year's resolutions you're trying to keep up with despite everything else that's going on. We forced each other yesterday to take on New Year's resolutions that we didn't necessarily want. We called this Forced Resolutions. And today, I guess, technically is when it is supposed to begin, even though it feels like we should push this whole thing a week or a year.
All right, cool.
Even though we just told everyone, give up on your resolutions.
That's why I'm saying we should just push ours and not even do it. But okay, people want to see us suffer, and I get it. It's fun. Yesterday we found out, courtesy of the Wheel of Forced Resolutions, that Allie will be forced to reconnect with old contacts in her life.
I feel like that already happened yesterday. So many people I haven't talked to were like, hey, are you okay?
I, for some reason, have to attempt to lose weight, and I don't know why it was determined I have to lose a pound a week, which seems...
Especially when you just went on about a cheese wheel for so long.
God damn. Oh, in fact, Johnny's bringing in a scale. Oh, great. This will be fun. Thanks, Johnny. Who brought a scale in here today?
That's my scale.
Oh, great. Does it work, Jake?
As far as I know, I haven't used it for a second.
Omar,
it definitely has dust on it, and it's also glass, and I feel like you're going to break the glass.
Great. Well, then we'll know where I start. Broken scale is where my starting weight is. Jake is going to have to journal again this year. 2 years in a row, it landed on Jake's journal. Did you start journaling yet, Jake?
Yeah.
Oh, you did? You have your first entry in the journal?
Yeah.
Oh,
love to hear that. What does the first entry sound like in Jake's journal?
Hang on.
Why do you sound so upset?
He didn't want to get journaling again because he had to do it last year and it ended up biting him in the ass.
You guys always just figure out a way to screw me anyway.
Go on.
Save it for the journal.
All right. I feel like I've replaced doom scrolling with doom watching. Local news has been on at my house 24/7. I fall asleep to it. I wake up to it. I try not to laugh when the reporters say something stupid. I've also realized that I'm not committed to a local news. I go from NBC to ABC to KTLA, then back to NBC. I'm a real local news slut. On Sunday, a friend asked if I was down to hike on Thursday. I said, yeah.
What?
I'm going to assume that's been canceled. But I'm not asking just in case it isn't. Anyways, good night, Journal. I love you.
I'm not asking just in case.
Jake's first journal entry of 2025. What a doozy it is right there. He's a local news slut.
That's beautiful, actually. I think I'm going to cry.
All right. And then Omar landed on the resolution that he has to take on a new skill or hobby. And we haven't figured out exactly what that is yet. We were thinking crocheting would be funny, but then we thought about him learning an instrument like the tuba would be great as well.
Right. That'd be expensive, though. How much are tubas?
I don't know, but probably a lot.
Yeah.
Go to one of those evacuated schools. You could probably grab one for free right now.
Okay, that's true.
I don't know, to be honest, what the cost of a tuba is, but I would imagine a used one on eBay couldn't be that. What's the cost of a tuba?
I don't know. I'm guessing a couple $100.
Yeah, Omar, you're loaded. You can do that.
For a used tuba? You can't get a used tuba for $60? I'd be shocked.
Dude, those things are huge.
Hold on, there's a website.
I think they're made out of brass or something.
There's a website called the Tuba Exchange.
Great.
Let me go to this.
That's got to be porn, right? It's got to be. Clearly.
All right, so there is I'm seeing a used tuba, a Petersburg 202 for $3,000.
Oh
my God, dude.
That's a real flex right there.
There's one on eBay for $250, but plus $300 delivery.
Oh my god, they're so big, man.
So are we doing tuba?
We got to do tuba.
Come on,
it's
man.
only funny if we force
What?
Omar to learn the tuba.
I'm not going to go buy a tuba.
You have to. It's your resolution.
Hey, it seems like you can resell it online later.
Yeah, you make money on it. They probably go up in value, skyrocket. You buy one of those $300 ones, sell it for $3,000.
There's another one here that's new-ish, and it's $11,000.
Think of how many kids have slobbered all over that thing before they realize it's way too heavy and they switch to the triangle.
Also, learning a horn instrument is very time-consuming because even when you're not playing, like my friend is a professional trombone player, and he has to like blow things out of his lips and practice like humming every day, even if he's not playing.
We can get Omar, if you want, we can get Allie's mom, the throat goat, to teach you some proper techniques for the tuba. Yeah, she probably.
Do you have any instruments in your house?
My kids play the saxophone and the clarinet, and I have a piano over here that I'm not really good at. But
you know what they call the saxophone, Omar? The poor man's tuba. You don't. you really want a tuba is what you want if you want to be a highfalutin dude like yourself.
I don't know if my kids are going to want my slobber all over their instruments.
Yeah, but I think
they're
you can
very
just buy yourself a new
about
mouthpiece.
I don't think that. Other than Allie saying the harp, which is all equally funny.
But also, aren't harps expensive too?
Let me see. The harpexchange.com.
Yeah, let's find out how much a used harp is. I mean, those I would imagine have got to be pricey. Harps look like real.
My kid's in band, and I see that one poor kid lugging around the harp, and it's so big, man.
Yeah, they have to like lug it on their back.
Yeah. I want to make sure whatever instrument we force Omar to learn is the most inconvenient and expensigot
You get a baby harp for like $50.
Oh my God, like Cupid?
Yeah, like a lyre, yeah.
We got someone found a tuba on offer up for $2,000, Omar.
Oh, there we go, getting closer.
All right, we got to
So
take a
much
break.
money.
The scale has been brought in here. I will give you my official weigh-in after this quick break. Place your bets. Will I be more or less than
a harp
or a tuba? We'll get to that in a second, and the show will continue more next. scale in a moment and figure out what my starting weight will be. I am being forced to lose weight. I have no interest in losing weight, really. I think I'm actually trying to go the opposite way. I'd like to get fatter.
Try every once in a while.
Every once in a while, I'll catch a reflection of myself after a shower and go, who's that fat guy in the bathroom? Oh, that's me.
Oh, come on. You're not a fat guy.
No, but sometimes I go, oh, I could work. It's getting a little loose there. And then there's times where, I've come close to crossing the 200 threshold a few times, which doesn't.
No, you haven't.
Oh, yeah.
Not as long as I've known you.
Oh, yes. Allie, I was 199 for a while. With shoes, I was probably 200. I'm not kidding.
With your little shoes.
With my tiny little shoes, little baby shoes I wear. So the forced resolution I landed on is losing weight, and you guys decided I have to lose a pound a week, which is going to really ruin my life. Nothing brings me more joy than food.
Yeah, but
Eating
you've been
food.
working out, so it seems like.
But that's gonna bite me in the ass, because if I do put on any muscle at all, it weighs more. So now you guys are asking me to get weaker and.
No, you got to do one of those workout routines that the jockeys do. Like the horse jockeys.
The jockeys are little because they're 4'6" tall. They're nothing.
Yeah, but they probably also do stuff to weigh. They have to make weight too. They have to be as light as possible. So they do something. Shave their bodies.
If I don't lose a pound a week starting, I guess that would be next week, right? Whenever we have to weigh again, then I will be the first person to lose the resolution, which means I'll get the punishment. Omar doesn't even have his tuba yet. He can't even start it.
He doesn't even have his tuba yet because we just talked about it 4 minutes ago.
Yeah, but I'm saying. but why am I starting now and he doesn't even have a tuba yet? Shouldn't we all start the same day?
Jake already started?
Allie, Jake already started.
Allie, have you called anyone in your phone from 10 years ago, 20 years ago? Reconnected?
I didn't have any service yesterday.
Oh, yeah, likely story. Why? Let me guess. Fires?
Yes.
Okay, good story. All right. You want to place your bets, guys, before I hop on the scale for my official weigh-in?
179.
No way.
Jake?
188.
No way he's 188.
He's 192?
No, I think he's lighter, dude. He's like veal. There's no muscle there.
Thank you, Omar.
I'm gonna say a 176.
His little feet never touched the ground.
Hold on. Let me take all the stuff out of my pocket. What a sad pocket I had. It was like
you supple little baby
it was like
calf.
Pocket change and doggy do bags is all I had in my pocket. Really sad. This is a guy that was preparing to evacuate quickly. All right. Jake, what's scale? This scale's good? We checked it, we think?
I haven't used it in a second. I hope it's good. Should be good.
Not even turning on right now. So
you gotta step on it first.
Off to a bad start. No. Oh, here we go. All right, Johnny got it. All right, hold on. Let me take my headphones off. Here we go.
I love that you had power and you're in sweats.
Well, this was my go outfit. I put it on last night.
This was my go outfit.
This is how I move quickly. Hold on. Here we go, Allie.
All right. Klein in his go outfit, getting on the scale for the first time. This is the official beginning of his forced resolution. And what is the number on the scale?
I have a number. It's actually very impressive. I'm proud of myself right now, which means Jake's scale's probably not working. It's going to be a tough place for me to go down from because I think this could be a new record low for me.
Really?
175 on the number. 175 is my starting weight. So now, if I'm not
you need to build muscle mass, man. There's nothing there, dude.
Thank you, Omar. You've made that clear.
Carry those air filters that you bought yesterday.
That's right. They helped me out of the store with the air filters. But the guy at the register carried them in my car for me. All right, so now we know my number.
How are you holding that watch on your wrist, man? Isn't that getting your muscles all
You're right. Should have taken that off. That probably put 2 pounds on right there. Should have taken it off. All right, well, great.
But actually, you want more stuff on to start with.
Yeah, it was stupid. I shouldn't have taken off all my shoes. Johnny, come back in here. I can get the scale up to 180. No, I'm just kidding. All right, so that's my starting weight. 175, you idiot. We have a licensed therapist joining us.
You're going to be so emaciated by the end of this, man.
I don't want to do this at all. I'd love to
have a feeding tube.
Can I trade? Can I trade?
As short as whenever.
Can I trade resolutions with someone else on the show?
I'll trade with you. No, I can't lose a pound a week. It's too hard.
It is so hard.
Oh, I could do that.
It's easier for guys. You have faster metabolism.
I'll trade with you.
All right, I'll take the tuba.
No.
Because I put on a lot of holiday weight.
Yeah, you did.
So it'd be super easy for me. Hey, shut up.
You're not strong enough to blow into a tuba. You'd pass out.
No, I could not lift the tuba. That's the problem.
You couldn't hold it up. You just fall over.
Guys,
you have to hire someone to hold it.
Yes, we have a licensed therapist on our phone right now.
Dr. Jenn Mann.
Yeah, and this is important for so many reasons because even though we are attempting to mask all of our feelings right now with making fun of each other on the show, which is a great way for us to get through this, there is a lot of people...
I'm sure that's not the healthiest coping mechanism, which she'll tell us.
There are a lot of people going through a lot of stuff right now, all over, either because it's your house is not there anymore, a friend's house, just even seeing the images hitting us over and over again. We're not experts, so we've decided let's surround ourselves with people who are.
And Dr. Jenn had posted yesterday, I follow Dr. Jenn, I've known her for a while, and she posted a bunch of tips and strategies and just things that people can do when they're coping with loss.
Dr. Jenn Mann, thank you for spending some time with this very valuable information on KROQ this morning. How goes it?
Of course, it's my pleasure. Glad to be here.
175, not bad, huh? You hear that?
Yes. Sounds like it's time to start lifting weights.
Okay. God damn it. That's right. It's always good when the therapist. Now I'm getting mocked by Omar and the
tips for
therapist.
coping with loss, Klein.
Loss of muscle mass. All right. Jenn Mann, let's talk about it. We are all going through something right now, and it's affecting us all, regardless at different degrees, obviously. But
this whole city is affected. Yeah. Everyone is affected mentally, emotionally. Many people are affected in terms of shelter, in terms of basic needs, in terms of loss, grief. It's scary. There's a very heightened level of anxiety because these fires seem to be breaking out all over the place, and you never know where the next one will be. So we're a city in a lot of anxiety.
And what are the ways that people can, in a healthy way, cope with that anxiety? Because last night we broke out the wine, probably not one of the best ways to cope with something. But when you're feeling levels of high anxiety, how do you deal with it individually and with your families? Because a lot of people are, trying to process this together as a community.
Well, to start with, do the opposite of what you did last night.
Right, okay.
Put away all the substances. This is not the time to bury the feelings. This is the time to get support, to talk through the feelings, whether you're someone who has lost a home or you're waiting to find out if you did, or you're just feeling anxious because there's a fire near you or you're anticipating one. It is time to get support and talk through it, whether it is friends, clergy, a therapist, but we need to be talking through our feelings. We also need to be able to be in a clear state of mind to know, do I have to evacuate? Do I need to start packing my bags? We need to kind of walk that line of not being totally immersed in the trauma of what's going on and the news flashes and the Instagrams and the TikToks and all of that stuff, but also being able to get valuable, real information to help us figure out, are we safe? Do we need to evacuate? What do we need to do?
Allie did just defend her. I know last night it was the wine. This morning she made herself 24 sausages. So she is coping in other ways as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and look, food is a coping skill. We do tend to turn to food when we want comfort. And, that is the original comfort when we are held as a baby and fed. So we do tend to, when we're feeling anxious, turn to food, but it's really important to try to let ourselves have the room to feel those feelings so that we can work through them and process them. What we don't process, it doesn't just disappear. Unfortunately, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and then it bites us in the ass. So,
and on a separate note, another thing that we were kind of dealing with last night was how to talk to our kid about what's going on. And, whether you've lost a home or you've lost power or you're just, at this high anxiety level, like you said. Yeah. In your opinion, what are some of the ways that people can talk to their kids about it? Because you want them to know what's going on, but you also don't want to freak them the F out.
Of course, and also most schools in this city are closed, and kids have questions, why are they closed? I think a few things.
Jewish holiday, that's what I said.
First of all, I think that we have to demonstrate resilience and calm, and we can't be freaking out in front of our kids and getting hysterical and, going through the what ifs. We need to be calm. We also need to be communicating that we are in this together and we are here to protect you, and we've got this as parents. And to not vent our concerns to our kids and to not use them as sounding boards, to give them age-appropriate information, to also emphasize the positive, to emphasize all of the great fire people who are fighting these fires, to, as
Mr. Rogers, you say, look for the helpers. You want to be talking about the positive. You know, as I was scrolling through my Instagram last night, I was amazed at how many people I saw who were running out and helping other people, who were volunteering, who were sharing information, who were, you know, Pizza Girl has a pizza restaurant and is delivering pizzas to people who, you know, are fighting the fires and who are, you know, displaced. So it's like to look for the positive and to really emphasize that in sharing with your kids.
But if your kids are being dicks, then you can just kind of yell at them and threaten them to get in the car, right?
Well, but that's actually a great question, because when kids feel good, when kids feel good, they act good. If your kid is acting out and if your kid's being a dick, it's a sign that they're feeling anxious, because kids oftentimes don't have the insight or the ability to understand the feelings within them, so they act them out. Right. So don't be surprised if you have a kid who is regressing, a kid who is potty trained who's now all of a sudden not, a kid who is now struggling to eat or who is on a great sleep schedule is now struggling to sleep. So when you see that kind of behavior or regression, it's actually a sign, and it's a great way for parents to know, oh, wow, this is really affecting my kid, and I can be there for them and I can help them.
If someone is going through something really immediate right now and it's a mental health crisis, what is the best course of action right now for someone to just get someone to talk to?
Well, 988 has a suicide prevention hotline. Teen Line has a great, they have a great hotline for teens. There's disaster helplines. There are all kinds of helplines. And if you have a therapist, reach out to that person. If you don't and you want one, there are a lot of mental health crisis centers. There are also a lot of mental health community clinics if money is a concern that most people don't realize. In order to be a therapist, therapists have to do 3,000 hours under supervision, which means they don't get paid for those hours. So there are all of these great mental health clinics that will see you based on your ability to pay.
And do you blame Klein's therapist for quitting on him after 3 sessions?
Well, it sounds like there's a lot behind this.
Yeah.
Look, sometimes it's not a good match. And sometimes
that's what she said.
Look, sometimes it's just not the right click for a therapist and a client, and that's, even though it can be hurtful and upsetting.
Have you ever divorced a client? Be honest.
It is very unusual.
Yeah, see, I've talked to a bunch of therapists. They said they've never in a million years said to someone, I'm done with you.
This isn't worth the money.
Yeah, and I was paying this woman good money. She told me, it's not me, it's you. And she got rid of me. But okay. Dr. Jenn, man, thanks for joining us, giving everyone a little clarity. This is important stuff. And if you want to follow along on the Instagram, you're very active there as well. People can find Dr. Jenn Mann on the IG.
Yeah, at Dr. Jenn Mann. She always has a lot of great resources, especially for, you specialize in couples therapy as well, if you're a couple.
Oh, great. I'll be calling you after the show for that separate thing.
Perfect.
Thanks, Dr. Jenn.
Appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. A little mental health. It's just even just soaking in all of the images. TV's been on at my place around the clock, last 2 days. So it's just the amount of times I've just watched fire, burning, collapsing building, drone shots of the Palisades decimated.
Good for the kids.
It takes a toll on you eventually. This is KROQ.
some dry January words of motivation from very drunk people.
Any words of encouragement that I give to people who are doing dry January? Okay, yes. The people who are doing dry January now, stop paying attention to anything that's other than your own identity. Pay attention to your own identity and just drink alcohol. Just drink alcohol. You're not going to stop. You're not going to actually do it. So stop telling yourself that you're going to be this other person, being like, oh, it's dry January, I'm going to do this other thing. 'Cause now you're not. So just drink alcohol and smoke weed and shut the up about it.
Happy Dry January from Klein Alley Show.
Klein Alley Show.
KROQ.
KROQ.
Klein Alley Show.
Remember these words and remember them good. today's show. We'll get into a brand new hour of the show next. We're live interactive at the KROQ studios. Didn't think that would happen a few hours ago when we were both Allie and I on the cusp of being evacuated, leaving our areas. Cars are still packed. In fact, I just realized that all of the chargers and all of the things you're supposed to grab, I have in my bag here at the studio. My wife's looking for them back at home now. So I didn't come up with a good plan because I've got all the important stuff with me.
Why don't I take all the stuff you need and then I'll go?
I'm going to take it all and I'm going to go. You stay here and protect the house.
Yeah.
Let's get to your news, though, first, and then a brand new hour of the show. And if you need us, the number is 800-520-1067. But first, your news.
Grab your Adderall. It's time for A.D.D. News.
I didn't realize that part of our plan was loading up the car with all of the Taylor Swift memorabilia.
Oh, that made the cut?
Oh, yeah.
The signed Taylor Swift
Vinyls,
stuff?
yeah, photos, books.
You know what I call that? Kindling. First I leave.
It's time for a good book burning.
Leave that behind. I mean, I get it. You got to make those calls. Prioritize.
Yeah.
I was actually, Allie and I were talking about this off the air, but you start thinking about all the people you know in your life that have reached out to you. And it's interesting, the people that I have not talked to in 10 years, 20 years, some of these people sent me a text, just say, hey, are you still in L.A.? Just thinking about you. Hope all is well. Meanwhile, I got people that I thought were like good friends of mine. Not a text,
Nothing.
not a nothing.
Yeah.
And maybe that's why. They know me so well. They know that I don't want a text.
Yeah, and there were a lot of, and it takes time to respond to everybody,
Right.
too, and then have conversations back and forth with everybody. And eventually I stopped responding. I was like, or I would copy and paste one message.
Did a big copy paste. I said, I'm okay, send pizza.
All right, yesterday it felt like we were just trying to keep up with what the hell was even happening in Los Angeles. And now today feels more like getting hit with the impact of these fires. The Palisades fire being the worst of it. It's still burning now. It's 17,000 acres and counting. It is officially the worst fire in LA County history and the most expensive fire in U.S. history. They're estimating the damage is between $52 and $57 billion. We don't even know where that money is going to come from. There's no way we can get all of that money and rebuild everything, especially in a certain amount of time. Like, it's going to take months, years to even rebuild the Palisades.
Say you're one of those houses that's standing on a street that lost everything else, and then you go, how does my house here? But then you got to decide, am I going to live in this house
in like a
surrounded by
disaster area?
Yeah, right.
A decimated city, and you're one of the only homes left. What do you do?
And I think people are asking themselves the question, people that spent their whole life in LA, because most of these people, I know this is where I've lived 30 years, never thought this is unimaginable. So the concept of even thinking about living somewhere else hasn't even crossed it. Now all of a sudden they start going,
do I rebuild here?
Do I leave the state? It's all these questions. All of a sudden, life just feels so unsure.
Well, and there was another when they were talking on KNX about like the rebuilding process and how some of the houses they want to rebuild with different foundations that can't burn so easily.
Good. That's a good plan.
That sounds like a great plan.
This is like the person that said make all the airplanes out of the black box material, the thing that always survives the crash.
Yeah.
Do the whole airplane out of that stuff. Problem
Just
solved.
bricks. You always see after the fires, the fireplace are always standing. Yeah.
Yeah, those chimneys.
The chimneys. Yeah, you got to brick
Make
it
it all
up.
chimney.
Bricks and moats. By the way, I don't want to once again don't want to bring up my idea for moats again, but guys, I was saying moats for home security, but think about moats for also keeping the fires from hitting the.
Well, the flying embers probably would get into the moat.
I don't know if they could. Not if you put alligators in the moat.
They would just snap them up.
Yep.
So the Eaton fire also very bad still. It's at almost 11,000 acres. And again, we're also just hearing a lot of stories from people personally affected by the fires, people who have lost everything. And I wanted to play this one because this is a guy who's been in LA for 30 years. And being in LA, you are hardened to a lot of things.
Sure.
Not even just earthquakes, fires, and things like that. Crime, looting, all of that.
Price of coffee.
So it's easy not to take things seriously.
She was saying, hey, get up. And I just laid there because I'm used to going through tragedy living in California 30 years, right? I just took it for granted. And then at 3:35, she said, we got to go. Now we're back, but we come back and we see that everything has burned up. The house is totally engulfed in flame. I have a secondary home behind it. It's gone. The car, it's gone. The trailer, it's gone. Everything is gone. And I didn't take it serious. So I didn't grab anything because I'm like, okay, we're going to be all right.
So I was going through last night exactly because I just kept saying to my wife, we don't need to grab 9 luggages. We just got to get one thing that it will come back. She goes, that's what everyone said. And now look. I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ.
Sounds positive over there.
I mean, it was unbelievable. I had one backpack that had enough stuff for everyone in the family. And she comes out with 9 other bags. Let's load up the car. I said, what are we doing here?
I know we were talking to Dr. Jenn, Mann, licensed therapist, about how to handle this on a personal standpoint, from a mental health standpoint. But I did want to share, she did admit that a lot of the things that you and I have been doing have not really been helpful coping mechanisms.
No,
but
the drinking and the mocking each other, it's not good.
This is interesting, though, because a recent study has revealed that couples who engage in unhealthy activities together, such as eating junk food, tend to feel a stronger emotional bond compared to those who choose healthier alternatives. Sharing indulgent moments like fast food, snacks, often create a sense of camaraderie and mutual enjoyment.
I don't think I ever feel closer with my wife than when one of us were high or something, and I'll be like, I'm gonna Postmates something just absolutely disgusting, like an ice cream cake from Baskin Robbins, and she's like, "Why?" I'm like, "Why not?"
And she's like, "I love you."
And she's like, "You're great." And then,
one of our closest moments over the break was when I got really wasted and decided we were going to go get Mexican food, and I was drunk eating a big-ass burrito.
Yeah.
And which I wanted to do. I was like, I want to drunk eat a nice big burrito. And she was like, this is so satisfying to watch you. Really
just look at the size of that burrito.
Enjoy this giant-ass burrito while you're wasted.
Ali's wife.
It really does bring you together.
Yeah, it does. It really does.
That was my wife.
It's beautiful. Let's get into a brand new hour of the show. Right now, it is 9 o'clock on KROQ.
Klein Alley Show. 106.7 KROQ FM in HD Pasadena, Los Angeles, Orange County. This is the world famous KROQ.
All right, well, we've had better days here in Southern California, and I know this is going to sound like a really stupid analogy, but thinking about just the general feeling of kind of sadness that has taken over, and I know you can find plenty of stories of hope and happiness and rebuild, but I think about like when you are all excited because your sports team, like think of all those years that the Dodgers had all the promise in the world, and everyone was like, oh, this is the year of the Dodgers, and then they lose in like the first round of the playoff. There's that kind of that just community general sadness. Yeah. Just feels this is a different level of that, but it is definitely palpable, and I feel it. I'm sure you do as well. We're trying to work through it here. We're not going on a lot of sleep last night. I thought it was important that we tried to come in today and do a show. And people keep asking us, I guess, the number one question, and this is the biggest text I actually get from people once they find out I'm okay, is what can we do to help? And, for me personally, I didn't lose a house yet. Besides I rent, so not my problem.
Oh, Jesus.
But I think that a lot of people do want to know what they can do to help. So on our phone right now, from the Red Cross, this is the real one. You hear a lot of stuff. But the Red Cross is...
You also hear a lot of, like, donate, and
right.
Then people will chime in and say, just so you know it's not a scam, donate to the Red Cross.
Stephanie Grande is on KROQ right now to hopefully give us the information that we've been looking for, which is how can we do some good to help our neighbors, friends, and fellow Los Angelinos. Good morning, Stephanie.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for joining us. Unfortunately, it's under these circumstances, but with you, I feel like it's always under some sort of circumstances, right?
You're right. It is always under some circumstances. And, you started off there with talking about it really is a challenging time. It's difficult for everyone. There's a lot of intense emotions. It's emotionally really distressing. And for us, the Red Cross, that's where our focus is right now. We're focused on getting people those immediate needs, getting them that safe shelter, that safe place to stay, getting them food, water, and emotional support services as well.
So what do you need the most? Is it money? Is it essentials? What are the immediate ways people can help?
Is it sausages? Because Ali brought a lot of them into work today.
Oh, my. So for us, the most immediate needs is making sure that if you want to support, while we love and appreciate the generosity of folks, when stuff is dropped off at shelters, it kind of takes away from our ability to support the folks who are arriving. So the easiest way to support is to make a donation, which you can do at redcross.org, or if you feel so moved to volunteer, you can learn more about volunteering, same place, redcross.org, and get trained to support during the next disaster.
Yeah, redcross.org is the place to go for all of those things. And it's so people like to just show up and say, I'm here to help. And sometimes that can be useful, and a lot of times that can get in the way of. But if you are trained properly at redcross.org and you're available to help out, maybe this is the thing that you've now witnessed and experienced that makes you want to be more a part of it. And then the donations that you receive are going to, at this point, as you said, the most immediate needs people have, right? It's just basically food, water, shelter. That is as immediate as it gets. This of all the things you have been a part of, and we have fires a lot, we have earthquakes, we have all this stuff. This is the next level. Everyone says there's nothing even comparable that they can think of. Is that from even the Red Cross standpoint? I mean, are you at a place where you're able to handle what's happening right now?
Yeah, I'm an LA native. I've never seen anything like this. To your point exactly, this is unprecedented, and fortunately for Red Cross, we are a national organization, so we have those trained volunteers coming in across the nation to help us support in our LA efforts. And tens of thousands of people have been forced from their homes, so we're really focused getting them those immediate needs, having our volunteers from outside the state come in, and we're working alongside our local partners and government officials to make sure folks are getting supported.
So if people are being evacuated or, say they've lost their homes and they're just in their cars, they don't even know where to go, what's the quickest way to find out where they can get shelter and help?
Quickest way to find help and shelter at redcross.org. It'll pop up. Click the Find a Shelter Near You button, and it'll show a map of the stuff right next to you.
If they don't have reception, is there any way to get that information in another way?
Without reception, it will be a little bit more challenging, but you can always, if you have the Red Cross emergency app already on your phone,
right,
those alerts stay on there, and you can put in your location, so it'll just show what shelters are nearby. There's always 1-800 Red Cross as well. So it's really important, to your point, if you're under an evacuation order or near an evacuation warning zone, that you're staying up to date with local officials, what they're posting out there. Heed their warnings. If they're saying evacuate, evacuate.
Stephanie Grande is the LA Communications Manager at the Red Cross. A reminder, redcross.org if you would like to help and contribute and volunteer. And just so we know, what is considered a acceptable donation? I know you're going to say give what you're comfortable giving, but you say it to Allie, she'll throw $3 at you. That's not going to do much. So what's a real number? Give us a number.
3 is better than 2, Klein.
3 is better than 2. That is a good takeaway. What do you think here? What are we looking at?
We rely on folks' generosity and whatever they're willing to give. If you're not actually able to make a donation, you can always give your time, get trained up, and become a volunteer. But if you feel so inclined to donate, visit redcross.org or call 1-800-RED-CROSS, and you can make a donation of your choice.
Thank you, Stephanie. Appreciate it. It's good to know because this is the number one thing we're getting, especially from our out-of-state listeners that always are like, what can we do? Red Cross is a good place to make sure the funds go to the people that need it the most. And thanks for spending some time with us on KROQ this morning.
Thanks, and stay safe.
All right, there she is. LA local, native, working the Red Cross. Fighting the good fight, Allie. As we're in here pretending we're doing good stuff on the radio, she's actually doing good stuff in the community.
Oh, my God, and year-round.
Year-round.
For all different reasons.
Disaster upon disaster upon disaster. We got lots to get into this hour on the show. Who knows? Something that may even make you laugh for a change. I saw a very nice text message from someone who said they have not smiled in days. Tuned us in and still have not smiled. No, they tuned in the show. Thanks for hearing you guys make fun of Allie's hat today. Had me cracking up. I needed that. So there you go.
Oh, you're welcome.
Our pain is your pleasure.
Happy to help.
It's one of our many mottos here at KROQ. A first responder, firefighter. We're actually talking to the wife of a firefighter right now, attempting to figure out a way to get a bunch of food to them that will not be inconvenient, because, as you know, at this point, many of them have been working 72 hours straight.
Oh, my God. Can you imagine that?
No, could not.
Like, you must go from tired to delirious to tired again.
And by the way, that's real work. That's not like, we'll quote this job.
No, that's like physical labor.
Physical labor. I mean, sweating and, the risk and all that.
And then you go start working from adrenaline, and then that dies away.
Yeah,
and then
it's incredible. So at the very least we can do is try to feed. So I know people have been super generous. There's tons of places that are doing food drops. But there's Ali will break it all down. This Thrifty Thursday, El Cheapo, talking about all the things you can take advantage of if you are not only a first responder, but obviously if you have been displaced, evacuated, places offering free food, free rides, free shelter, all that stuff, which is great.
And this is for people affected, okay?
Well, yeah, but this is where you as El Cheapo try to explain that you are affected adjacent, and then you try to take advantage of a free hamburger. Because then they go, and look, I went to pick up food yesterday. I had evacuees staying at my house, and I wasn't about to start cooking, so I was like, I'm just picking up food. And when I went in there, they said, "Are you a first responder?" And I thought to myself, I said, why?
Because it looked like you had been awake for 72 hours.
Because I looked sweaty and exhausted. And they said, because we're giving all the first responders food for free.
Oh,
and I did have a real moral compass check right there, where I was like, wow, is this like just an honor statement? I could be like, sure, I'm a first responder. And instead I said, I am a first responder adjacent. I'm the first responder
the alert that my food was ready.
To the DoorDash app that I put this order in on. Does that count? And she's like, that'll be full price. Thank you very much. But the point is, Ali will break it all down in a Thrifty Thursday El Cheapo round of things that you can all do as we are working
to get some
support. And the most important type of support obviously comes in the form of hamburgers. So we'll get to that coming up after this quick break, and more stuff after this.
Klein, Ali, Show. KROQ.
Not normally a feel-good show, but just a reminder, if you can do some good for other people, neighbors, friends, strangers, now would be that time as we are all going through this together here on KROQ this morning. And usually on a Thursday, Thrifty Thursday, El Cheapo will come up with ways that you could save money. A lot of these ways are pathetic and sad, but she's proud of herself because she thinks that she's come up with so many ways to be cheap and thrifty in a cool way. But today we're switching it up a little bit for this very special Thrifty Thursday.
Yeah, because, yes, as much as I'd like to talk about the parking hack that I created over the vacation that was very stressful to avoid hotel parking, I decided it would be better to share some of the free resources that you can take advantage of if you are a first responder or an evacuee. So this is a specially themed El Cheapo, as you said.
It's time to talk to the kingpin of cheap. Here she is, El Cheapo.
And El Cheapo is now sponsored by American Tire Depot, where you can find the cheapest tire prices guaranteed. And they helped our friend Johnny, Postmaster Johnny, in getting new brakes for his car, which eventually crapped out on its own for a different reason. But we are very thankful to them for providing free stuff.
Yeah,
great brakes. Very great.
Great brakes. The only thing this car has any value anymore is those brakes.
Everything else broke.
Complete loss.
So I'll start with food, because it's always good to start with food.
Start with food.
And then we can go to transportation, housing, etc. So, free pizza everywhere for people who are displaced, evacuated, anyone who's lost their home, anyone who's a first responder. There are several places that you can get great pizza. Fiorelli's Pizza, Joe's Pizza, D-Town Pizza, and Shake Shack are all offering free pizza to anybody who comes in.
There's no way Shake Shack's offering free pizza.
Well, yeah, not them.
Because that would be very strange. They've never made pizza a day in their life.
Also,
you go to Shake Shack and you demand your free pizza right now. And if they tell you no, you say to them, I'm a first responder, Shake Shack.
Into some of the other places.
That was not a transition. You said you actually donuted it. You said free pizza at the following places. D-Town, and they got great pizza. And then Joe's, great pizza. And then you said Shake Shack. All have free pizza.
And I said Shake Shack all have free food, including...
pull the clip.
All right.
She said Shake Shack has pizza. Maybe it's the smoke inhalation, Allie, but you're not making any sense.
Which type of smoke?
Both.
Yeasty Boys does not have pizza.
No.
But they have food for
UTIs. That's all they have. UTIs. They're doing Yeasty Boys, the truck with the bagels? They're doing
multiple locations, yeah. So
Great.
They're offering free food and coffee to evacuees, firefighters, and first responders.
Yeah, that's a great score right there.
Sonorita's Prime Tacos. They have locations in West LA and downtown LA, and they're offering free food. La Sorted, Dudley Market, Sunday Gravy, which I've never been to, but sounds delicious.
La Sorted is pizza. Back to the pizza again.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, that got in the wrong category. Who put this list together?
Well, I didn't have time to research every single restaurant and what they have on their menu.
Well, that's why I thought we're helping the first responders here. Some poor guy's going to go to Shake Shack hoping for a slice later, only to be turned away.
I know I shouldn't have listed these to a pizza expert. Can we move on now?
By the way, I love La Sorted. Great pizza place. Really good.
Do you know Oi Bar?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're offering free stuff, too, but I don't know what they have there.
They got a good hamburger.
Okay.
Really good hamburger. That's the guy that does Jeff's Tables, the chef over there. And they got a good...
Do you know Danny Boys?
Oh, I love Danny Boys.
Is that pizza?
It is pizza. Wow. What are they doing? They got a downtown place, and they just opened a spot
in Westwood.
In Westwood. Yeah. Danny Boys are good. One of my favorites.
Also, if you want something a little different, Planet Fitness is offering free access to...
You can't go from this pizza talk to Planet Fitness so quickly. You got to put a warning there. That's jarring.
Okay, so after that, you can access their locker rooms, showers. You can get an access to their hydro massage loungers.
Really?
Sounds really nice. Their electrical outlets and Wi-Fi. You can get access to that. This is all till January 15th that you can get access to that stuff. So that's at all Planet Fitness locations. And then Airbnb is also providing free temporary housing or offering credits to people. So I'm on the website, and you do have to confirm where you live and that you're in an evacuated area to get that credit and things like that. So once you go through that process, they can put you in some housing. And for that, just wanted to share the website, 211la.org/LA wildfires to go through that process. And then Uber and Lyft is doing free rides for evacuees to designated shelters. And then there's some hotel discounts as well. The Queen Mary is offering, evacuees a special rate of $189 a night. And then Big Bear is also giving discounts for some of their hotels there. And then Visit Anaheim, they're giving some special prices as well to anybody. And then AT&T, they're doing free unlimited data, and so is Verizon. So there's free utilities involved as well.
I've stayed on the Queen Mary before. I'd rather stay in a Red Cross tent. Rather sleep in one of those cots in the evacuation center. Less scary to me. All right, well, there you have it. El Cheapo giving you a bunch of free stuff you can take advantage of if you are displaced, evacuee, first responder, or just don't mind cheating the system.
562 said Planet Fitness has great pizza.
That's what I was thinking, too. I was like, which category are we going to put them in? Also, there's no way Klein's going to lose all this weight based on the knowledge he has of every single random restaurant Allie mentioned.
I know. I don't know all these places. You know every single place.
That's a great list, though. I mean, people will be eating well at the very least. KROQ, good morning. Found out that Beer Mug will be coming in for Nicole after us today on KROQ.
What have we done to deserve
So
this?
she was evacuated last night during, I believe, the Sunset Fire. She was one of the evacuees there. I think they're all allowed to go back now. I was just looking over this list of, because everyone's asking, what are you supposed to bring if you pack a bag? I thought I had a good bag packed, and I thought I had a good plan until we were getting into the car to leave, and I told my wife the plan, which was to come here to KROQ, and she did not like that plan.
Well, there's not really much to...
That's a good plan.
I thought
There's
it was
one
great...
couch.
Yeah, I wasn't
call
thinking.
dibs on it.
I wasn't thinking about comfort. This is the thing she was saying. This was like the time she threw out that meal ready. Remember, I bought all those rations, those the earthquake kit.
Yeah.
She threw it out because she didn't think there was a good option of food in there. I said it's not about having.
She threw it out, but someone could use it.
Yeah, she chose the trash.
Oh.
Because she didn't think there was good she's like, this food all looks gross. I'm like, yeah, it's supposed to keep you alive for a couple days. It's not about.
I think at that point you're not thinking about what tastes good.
Right, I'm sorry, it didn't win a Michelin star.
After you've done all the pizzerias in town, you got to go somewhere for food.
So she said she didn't like my I said, yeah, don't worry, I got a plan. And then we were, when we were talking about really leaving, car was packed and we were about to wake the kids up and go. She goes, what is the plan? I said, we're going to KROQ. She goes, why? I go, wow, it's a building in the middle of Wilshire.
Nice, big, strong
nothing around
building.
it.
Recently remodeled building.
Recently remodeled lobby. We can mess that up for a little bit.
There's a little cabana in the lobby.
Yeah,
You can be Cabana
she said,
Klein.
She said, we can't stay in an office building. I said, no, not stay there, but we could go there
do
for
the spinny chairs.
go there for a little bit, take advantage of the free coffee, and then figure out a better plan. But she was like, no, that plan sucks. I'm like, that plan doesn't suck. That's the plan.
Well, I feel like
KROQ is the plan. I know this building. We can get in. It's safe enough-ish.
And there's tons of power. So many outlets. Our plan.
Yeah, Vanessa was nice enough. She stepped up. Allie did put out, she floated out there. She's like, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to send them north. And then no one said anything. And then Vanessa finally was like, you can stay with me.
My plan to sleep with Vanessa is
But, yeah.
finally happening.
Yeah, it's a tiny little studio, FYI.
Yeah.
You
Perfect.
can sleep in a Jake Shack.
Blech.
Here's what you're supposed to have. According to the go bag, this is what you need. And I just
According to the go bag?
According to what you're supposed to have in a go bag, which I had none of. I just looked at this list here. I had none of these things. 3-day supply of non-perishable food. Did not have that. Did you have that? I had a couple of
I think
bars.
about the crap in my pantry, and I probably could crash through that in about 3 days.
But you didn't pack that though. In what you had packed, you didn't have that because I didn't have any.
It's not in a suitcase, but that's something that I could throw into a suitcase quickly.
3 gallons of water per person.
We have where my wife used to work, she took one of those big work jugs.
We're gonna drink out of the giant jug.
Yeah. Just one straw. We've got those metal straws.
A map with marked evacuation routes. Didn't have that. I'm 0 for 3 on this. Change of clothing, eyeglasses, contacts. I did have a change of clothes. 1 change. First aid kit, sanitation supplies. Didn't have that. Battery operated radio. Nope.
Because I'm not a loser.
Yeah. I'm on Spotify like everyone else. Cash, traveler's checks, credit cards, and
Traveler's
keys.
checks. Who the hell has traveler's checks?
Right.
I don't even know
exactly.
what those are anymore.
And honestly, when things all get chaotic, no one's playing around with traveler's checks.
No, absolutely not. That's the point when currency starts to change. It's like, hey, I've got some rations. Hey, I've got some clothes. It's like Oregon Trail rules.
Pet food if necessary.
Yeah.
I did have my pet ready to go.
We have pet food in the car.
But he was going to be our food if we need it. So it was going to be kind of pet, ... then food.
Delicious.
If we went through the rations. And then there was...
The dog is in the room as you're saying
I know.
this.
He can't understand. And then this is the part that was really weird to me because I did look around for, quote, important documents. And I realized something about myself.
You're not important?
I'm not important.
Yeah.
Because other than passports, and they say birth
Crap.
certificates...
I don't think we passed...
Okay, you didn't have those.
Nope.
I don't have... They talked about all of the things that could be important documents. And they talked about things like the deed to your home, the insurance stuff, like if you have stocks and investment portfolios. And I'm going, man, I must not be that important.
But a lot of that stuff's online now.
Well, you'd like to believe that, right?
The deed to the house, that seems important.
Seems important, but I was realizing, like, it's really sad that as I'm trying to put together I grabbed a folder. I was like, all right, I got to put important documents in here. And then after I went around and got every, quote, important document, I still had a ton of room in the folder.
Yeah, I know, Katie. We have like a little, it's like a little mini portable file cabinet thing, and she grabbed it. I'm like, I don't even know what the hell's in there anymore. Like, it's definitely stuff that I don't remember, or it's probably taxes from like 6 years ago.
Prescription and or recreational medications.
No, it doesn't say recreational medications.
I added that part. Because the list was kind of lame, to be honest. Need someone to spice it up a little. We had to fix
Your
it.
folder was just like overflowing after that, right?
Yeah, then my folder got full finally. Yeah, thank you.
Welcome to my problem.
KROQ, we are a Klein Alley Show. Let's wrap it up. Takeaways from today's show. Get out of here. Once again, Beer Mug will be in for Nicole, who was evacuated yesterday.
Omar, did you learn how to play that tuba yet for Beer Mug's intro?
Not yet.
Got to get it ready to go. Omar's going to be the world's greatest tuba player. He's got to keep playing while I keep losing weight now.
Are we settled on that? I don't even have a tuba. Where am I supposed to get
ExchangeTuba.com. ExchangeTuba.com. Allie told us about
God.
it. Go to that place. Go to that website. You get it.
Jesus.
Oh, by the way, Omar
that website.
got some love on the goat line. I want to give this to you before we get out of here.
Hey, yo, this message is for Omar, man. I just heard that segment where you guys were talking to Johnny, man. Somebody's got to bring that dude down to reality, and Omar did a great freaking job, man. You were talking to him like the daddy that he needs in his life, man. Damn, good job, Omar.
Yeah, that's right. Johnny's back today. Hopefully he learned a valuable lesson that you cannot just not show up to work for days on end and then go to every other fun place in California.
Or I guess you can.
I guess you can. But Johnny, did you learn a lesson? I just want to, now that you're back here today, it's very important what we're doing for the community. Do you feel any different now that you're here or not really?
Oh, yes, Daddy, I do.
I'm not your daddy. How dare you?
I think you did order him to call you daddy.
All right, start calling us all daddy.
I know. I talked to Johnny earlier this morning. I said, "How you doing, Johnny?" And he said, "We up." And I said, "No, you're not."
Yeah, we up. No one's up.
No,
here.
we're
The city's
not
not up. The state's not up, and you are not up personally. That is a fact. All right, takeaways. What do we got?
213. My takeaway is if you lost your house, but at least you look like you're ready to go looting.
That's a stupid thing I said to my boss, but if you don't know what we're talking about, well, whatever. Listen in context.
Whatever.
Full podcast available wherever you get
I would say
your
it's
podcast.
more problematic in context.
Don't listen to it in context.
818, my takeaway, Klein Alley Show. Fun TBD.
We're not sure.
949, my takeaway is anything above a 5 can stay.
Mm-hmm.
949 is Karen Bass's bidet caused the fire. 415, my takeaway is the gays caused the fire.
Yeah, we do have proof about that.
314.
I'll play that again.
My
Hold on.
my takeaway is Klein is like veal.
Thank you. Good takeaways from today's show.
Yeah, they are good takeaways.
Who knew you guys were actually paying attention and listening?
323, my takeaway is that it's rare for a therapist to break up with a patient.
It happened to me.
323, my takeaway is 3 is better than 2.
3 is better than 2. Allie did state that. That is just facts right there.
Yeah.
Let me find this clip. Hold on. The gays started the fire. Where is that clip? Hold on. This is important. Here it is. Gays started the fire. Take a listen if you missed it earlier.
Yes, I can hear you. So the family with the poor little girl who was...
Why is there a fire happening right now?
There are multiple fires that are taking place.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Yeah.
You're the news though. You're supposed to know.
Well, I don't know how it started. We don't know how it started. There,
I think
winds.
it's all the gay people in LA.
Okay,
there we go.
Okay.
We got the...
unacceptable.
All right, well.
Listening back, they were starting with, and this tragic story of a little girl.
Yeah.
And then he's like, hey, what's going on?
That's the best. All right, well, do it tomorrow. Try to do it better. Hopefully we're all back here. Stay safe. Take care of each other, all that crap. And, John, you got a takeaway, Jake?
Yeah, you gotta go on that full doodle diet.
Full doodle. It's the best diet. Allie, got a takeaway?
My takeaway is never go full Amish.
You never want to go full Amish. No matter how uncharged your electronics are, you can always find an outlet somewhere.
I'm all juiced up now.
Omar, takeaway?
My takeaway is if you need air filters, Klein's your man.
Hey, I may not be the manliest looking guy at the hardware store.
Might
but
not be able to carry them.
I'm the guy double fisting air filters. Keep that pollen out of my house. Here we go.
That they feel that that you know they feel that
Klein Alley Show. KROQ.
We're ready, Justin.
It's up. It's happening.
Yeah. Chat, what's good, man? Back from the fucking dead. How is everybody doing?
I want everyone to know that
Vanessa
I got
really
a
is
standing
short.
desk.
No, she's really
I got
that
a standing
short.
desk, and I'm sitting down, so my desk is really high up there.
No, No,
No,
don't
put it
lie.
too low.
Don't lie.
The cables. Don't mess with this too much or we'll turn it off.
Vanessa has an electric desk now, and it's the funnest thing to play with. Look at
But don't play too much because
upsy
the
whoopsies,
And
downsy
then,
woundsies.
and then we'll turn it off and then we're screwed.
I'll turn it off.
No, like it disconnects
Oh,
the cables.
barnacles, Mr. Krabs. Barnacles. Dirty, dirty barnacles.
During the show, I had it up. Anyways,
Don't lie.
I'm not that short.
She is. How tall are you?
Already.
4 foot? 4'11"?
I'm 5.
That's cap. Don't cap now.
4'11" and a half.
Mm.
That's true. That's real.
People that count halves, totally lying. It's like an 11-year-old. How old are you? I'm 11 and a half. You're a
It's
damn
real.
liar.
It's 4'10" and
You're
a
9
half.
years old. All right, Vanessa Short. How is everybody doing? It's great to see you guys again. We're really glad. Happy 2025. They've been back for a minute. I've been gone a little bit. Shabba-dabba-doo. 2025 happens. You know what? It's okay. I'd rather get all the terrible, bad things out of the way now, because from here on out, we could only go up. We can only go up. And it's terrible. It sucks. I know. We're thinking about everybody. We're thinking about you guys, too. I don't know where the net bangers are. I know a lot of you guys, I'd like to think, are probably like in Long Beach or like Inland Empire. I know a couple of you are probably like here. It's just crazy because now this is like in the epicenter of like Hollywood, LA, and of course all these like, the Palisades, Sunset, it affects. I mean, it's just crazy. It's a crazy thing, and it's really, if anything, it's more like historic right now too, because there's been fires before. I've been evacuated a couple times.
It's always devastating no matter what.
Sure, it's devastating,
On a
but
higher note, how's everyone doing on the chat?
But on this scale, though, it's a little bigger because now it's like everywhere. It's not just in one spot. Usually fires are like in some forest somewhere, but like now it's like everywhere in LA and homes, and it's really, really sad. So check up on your homies. Text everybody you love. Just be like, hey, thinking about you. Hey, us at the station, we've all been messaging everybody, all our coworkers, everybody. Just be like, hey, are you good? Thinking of you. How you doing? What's up? You need anything, let me know. Because a lot of us are neighbors, and some of us live very far away from each other. All different parts of Southern California. So we're just checking in on everybody. Maybe if you're not in the areas anywhere close, like the IE or whatever, maybe you got some Valley friends or you got some LA friends, checking on the homies. Vanessa's the only one that's like far away in Long Beach. By the beach. You live right by the beach, right? On the beach? Yeah, she lives on the beach. Klein was kind of close to Laurel Canyon, almost got evacuated. Allison lives pretty close to the Calabasas kind of like area over there. I don't know the area over there. I don't know exactly where she lives, but she lives over there. Jacobius is like in Burbank, so he lives close to like the equestrian area, like where all the horses are. And then I'm staying with my mom right now because I don't have that car, and so I live kind of.
Because he stays in his car.
I live right next to the.
Where do you stay?
I usually stay with my buddy in Studio City, but that fire in Studio City, I think I heard, was actually lit by an arsonist.
Terrible.
Because it was an oddly specific house, and I've seen that house. I drive by it all the time, and I was like, that doesn't seem like. That doesn't seem real. That doesn't seem plausible. Like it would just go up. But whatever. I'm staying with my mom right now. She lives next to the Hearst fire. So we actually kind of got like the evacuation, like, hey, get out of here. And the roads are closed and the power's off over there. But so I was kind of like planted over there. But we're chilling. Everything's good over there so far. Knock on wood. If this is even a wood desk. And yeah, we're just thinking of everybody. Megan's displaced. She's in Rancho right now. Nicole kind of got displaced yesterday too. We're thinking about her. I think her evacuation got lifted, but apparently there was like looters kind of on her street ready to take over or go in, which is sad too. If you got to be some scum if you're going to go and like loot some houses after they've been evacuated or cars and stuff like that. That's not very chill. Keep an eye out. Call the police if you see any kind of suspicious activity like that. That's not cool. But we're thinking about you guys, and of course, we're not going to miss this. I told the gang that I was going to be here Thursday and Friday only, because those are the only days I could borrow a car. But yesterday and like Tuesday, when all this was going down, I was like, I want to be here. Like, this is the place I want to be. Like, this is like the epicenter of this job, especially right now. Like, just being a voice for all of you guys and everything that's going on. Like, I just couldn't help but feel like this is where I need to be. And then also, too, I also thought, while everybody's kind of evacuated and moving around, I texted the group chat. I was like, guys, let's all come to the studio and have like a huge
No, because they
sleepover.
have families.
Hold
I
on.
just want to give a shout out to Cody Black.
sleepover.
This feels we're getting responsible advice from Johnny. Hilarious.
What advice? What did I say?
I don't know what advice.
Oh, this feels weird getting responsible advice from Johnny. Yeah, I mean, hey,
That's
I may be a
hilarious.
goofball, but you know, sometimes I think with the homies and stuff. And okay, so I was thinking, all of us at KROQ, whoever's displaced or whoever had to evacuate, we should have a big, huge sleepover or hangout here. Klein and Nataly mentioned on air that like this place is cool. We have booze, we have a gym, we have showers, we have a room to stay, we got couches, we have everything cool. And we all get to work here, and then we're with everybody. So it'd be really cool to have a big sleepover
The
here.
coolest person today, get in here, Ali, right here. Hey guys, show them your outfit.
All right, Silver Lake Shoddy, show me what the beanie you got going on, okay? We got the mustard beanie drip, okay.
But does she know her band on her shirt?
I do.
Name all 4 members, go.
Well, that's hard.
Is that a hard chat?
Okay, Anthony Kiedis.
There we go.
Flea,
2 major ones. I'll give you on that just because.
Chad Smith and John Frusciante.
Hey, she knows the band on her shirt.
Come on,
And
cuz.
Californication,
Okay.
Red Hot Chili Peppers, Blood Sugar Sex Magic.
Okay.
Under the bridge.
Under the Bridge.
Yep.
Snow. I mean, there's a bunch. I'm running out.
And where do they live?
That's a pass.
What high school did they go to?
They went to high school. Oh, fuck. Well, they were all local.
Fairfax.
And I read Anthony Kiedis' book. And he lived with his dad, and his dad would do drugs in the house. And that's, I think he started doing drugs with his dad.
Wow. Okay. All right.
And now he's still alive, and
Allison.
he's like vegan and stuff.
Allison's definitely getting the pass. She definitely. Give us 360. Let me see the back of the shirt. Is there a back to it?
I don't think so.
The red hot, freaky, styly infinity.
Oh, wait. Tell them where you got the shirt, Ali, because this is
My mom bought it on Whatnot.
Whatnot.
And if any guesses for how much of my Christmas gifts were Whatnot, it was 100% of my gifts were from Whatnot. And if
That's
I
what's
didn't
up.
fit into them, I didn't get those gifts. That's what's shitty about getting presents from Whatnot.
Mm.
My mom's off Whatnot now, by the way.
Oh, good.
She's taking a
W in the
break.
chat for Allie's mom. W in the chat, yo.
Yeah, I think she realized that Christmas was kind of a big fucking fail. Yeah, but anyway,
It happens.
see you guys.
It happens.
All right, and stay safe, and we love you. And if you need beanies, call me.
Allie's got the beanies. So remember, everybody, stay safe. Check up on your loved ones. Check up on the homies. You will count on us being here every single day, Monday through Friday. Earthquake, fire, tsunami, whatever the hell else happens here.
Honestly,
Looting,
I don't
riots.
know about tsunami. I'm so afraid of the ocean.
Vanessa won't be here. She'll be underwater. But
not.
we'll be here. Somebody will be here. You can always count on somebody to
Even
always
though
be
I
on
live
air.
near the ocean. Anyways,
So, yeah, we are gonna.
go.
I actually don't know what's gonna happen. I haven't been here in like 3 weeks, so I'm very excited to walk around and go say hi to
Oh,
everybody.
another one.
So,
Another
oh wait, hold on,
one.
wait. Here we go. One last guess with the scale. Bam!
Bring it up. Just bring up the dance floor.
Ooh.
Hey, what's up?
Uh-oh, wait, hold on. He's getting interrupted by Channel Q.
No, oh, no, I'm so glad I got... No, never mind.
Channel Q.
Wait, I was just going to say...
He didn't say that. Okay, never mind. All right, guys, we're going to have to get going. We'll see you guys later. Shabalaba ding dong. We'll be here tomorrow morning, 6 to 10. Say bye, Vanessa. Say bye, Shabalaba ding dong. All right, Chili Willies. See you. Bye-bye. Remember, subscribe, like, subscribe. J Money, take it away, baby.